안내드리겠습니다. 저희 곧
May I have your
컨퍼런스
attention,
진행입니다.
please? The
밖에 계신
conference will
참가자
begin shortly.
여러분들께서는
Those who are
안으로
outside the
들어오셔서
venue,
자리에
please
착석해
come
주시기
inside and
저희
take your seats.
네임택에 보시면
And there is a
뒷면에
name tag
QR코드
and there is a
확인하실 수가
QR
있겠습니다.
code
세 개가 있는데요.
behind
첫 번째
your name tag. The
QR코드는
first
사전
QR
질문
code
QR코드로
is about the
여러분 강연 들으시다가
pre-questions. So if you have
질문
any
있으신
questions
분들께서는
while you're listening to the
스캔하셔서
presentation,
질문을
please
남겨주시면
scan the
저희가
code
답변드리는
and
시간
leave
따로
any comments and
마련하겠습니다.
questions.
그리고 두 번째
And the second
QR코드는
QR code is about the survey.
역시 스캔하셔서
And also, please
들어가시면 저희
scan the
컨퍼런스
code and
어떠셨는지
then
여러분 의견
you
남겨주실 수가
can leave your
있습니다.
comments regarding the survey on. Please participate in the survey, and it will be a great help
두
us
번째
to
설문조사
organize the next
스캔하셔서
year's
여러분의
conference.
의견 함께 개진해 주시면 감사드리겠고요. 그리고
And the
마지막 QR코드는
QR
한국어와
code
영어
is
자막
Korean
서비스가
and English
되겠습니다.
subtitle service. Of course, there are simultaneous interpretation service will be provided, but if you want to watch the lectures in subtitles, then you can use the Korean and English subtitle service by scanning the third QR code. So the conference will begin shortly, so please make your way and take your seats. And I kindly ask for you to turn your mobile phone into vibration mode. Thank you.
여러분 반갑습니다.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The 2025 International Conference on Countering Disinformation, and I welcome you all.
Countering disinformation. My name is Moon. It is my great honor to grab the microphone at your massive ceremony. And this conference will be presiding over only in Korean, but simultaneous interpretation will be provided. Please use your receivers. Place on your table. Channel 1 is for Korean, 2 is for English. Thank you very much for your cooperation.
So today's conference will be provided with a translation as we have an overseas speaker, so you can use a receiver to listen to the interpretation, channel 1 for Korean and channel 2 for English. The countering the disinformation and strengthening the information integrity, the multi-stakeholders. So we are gathered here today to talk about the how to strengthen the information integrity with the various stakeholders from the government, platform, media, and civil society. So from now on, let us kick off today's conference on 2025 International Conference on Countering Disinformation. So let us give a warm round of applause to kick off today's conference. So thank you very much for opening the conference together, and thank you all for your presence despite your busy schedule. And I will greet you once again to the 2025 International Conference on Countering Disinformation. I'm interpreter and MC. Moon. So today's conference is joined by the many participants, and with the spread of AI technology and digital technologies, disinformation has been spread across the borders, which is an imminent task for us. It is a threat to democracy, and it is also widening the social conflicts. Many people are consider whether it's AI or it's true, and many people have any question that the information that they have is AI based or true information. International community and OECD are here to are emphasizing that we need to coordinately to respond to the disinformation, and with the rapidly changes with the AI technology development, we are here to listen to about the government policies and the fact-checking roles and the literacy education, and to seek common cooperation. We can listen to the wisdom from the experts from home and abroad to set up a right countermeasures to disinformation. We are also joined by many participants via online. So let me also warmly welcome you all who are joined by the virtual conference. I hope that today's conference will be an opportunity to be a true starting point forum that to build a safe. Today's forum is co-organized by the Korea Media and Communication Commission and the Korea Community Media Foundation. Before we begin the conference, let me introduce the distinguished participants from home and abroad. Please give them a big round of applause whenever I call upon their name. First, Director General Shin Young-kyu from the Korea's Communication and Media Commission. We also have co-organizer President Choi Choro from Korea Community Media Foundation. Also, let me introduce the 5 presenters from home and abroad. First, Mr. Charles Bobbion, Head of Emerging Integrity Challenges of OECD. Welcome. We have Professor Jong Eun-young from Semyeong Graduate School of Journalism. Thank you for joining us. We have Manager Kelly Melford from Disinformation and Platforms of Australian Communications and Media Authority. We have Executive Director Kim Hyun-soo from Department of Digital Platform Economy Research of KISD. Last but not least, we are joined by Director Angie Drumlick-Holland from online conference from International Fact-Checking Network. Could you wave your hand and greet to the audience? Thank you very much. And also, we have the moderators for each session. We have Professor Hwang Yong-seok from Konkuk University. Thank you. We also would like to thank all the staff and organizers who have made this event possible. Thank you for your presence and dedication. Thank you very much. Now we will officially begin today's conference. So before, I'd like to invite Director General Shin Young-gyu for his opening remarks. Please give him a big round of applause.
Hello, it is nice to meet you all. I am Shin Young-gyu, Director General of Korea Communication Commissions. It is very nice to meet you. Thank you so much for participating in International Conference on Countering Disinformation. And in particular, I would like to express my appreciation to Mr. Sharab Wabion and Ms. Kelly Modford from ACMA. And today we are living in an era of a fastly changing era with digital technology advancement and information circulation. And misinformation, disinformation cannot be dealt only by the efforts of the government. We need to have a cooperation with the platforms and digital media. So in order to do that, the government and international society had made a criteria and principles. And through that, we are trying to help people to make the right decision based on the right information. So today, we have experts and people who have know about this misinformation and disinformation, and they will give us a good insights. And through that, we will make our way to cooperate. And through that, we have made a positive effect, but there are some concerns about disinformation. Facts, not fakes, but these will be hindering the trust for the information. So information integrity is not just wrong information. This is about the key value. And today, we would like to make a good foundation for our principle. And KCC is willing to accept your opinions and comments for our policies for the future. Once again, thank you so much for participating conference on countering disinformation. I hope we can use this time to overcome our challenges and open a new future. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being with us here and giving an opening remarks. Director General Shin Young-gyu, thank you very much for your opening remarks. Now we would like to invite President Choi Chul-ho from Korea Community Media Foundation for his welcoming remark. Please give him a big round of applause. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Choi Chul-ho, President of Korea Media Community Foundation. The strengthening information integrity and countering disinformation. And thank you all for being with us on today's international conference. First of all, despite your busy schedule, I'd like to extend my gratitude to Director General Shin Young-gyu from KCMC. Also, let me thank all the distinguished delegates, including the Sharp Obion, the head of the Emerging Integrated Challenges, and Kelly Moore, director. Let me thank you for traveling all the way to Korea. This global digital society has accelerated and our lives have changed. The AI and advanced technologies have advanced and the flow of information has been freer than ever and more convenient than ever. At the same time, disinformation and misinformation is spreading all over the world, which jeopardizes the lives of the modern society. OECD said that in order to root out the disinformation, international cooperation is essential, and the lots of concerted effort among different multi-stakeholders is needed. In line with this international trends, our institution also gathered the government platform and civil society to share their roles and countermeasures. So this is the first ever international conference being held in Korea to discuss these issues, especially the OECD and International Fact Check and Australia's, the Communication and Media Authorities, and these key organizations and stakeholders are here to talk about how to strengthening the countermeasures and talk about the constructive role of the government, which makes this international conference all the more meaningful. Our foundation, KCMF, is preemptively responding to the generation of disinformation with 12 centers by giving a training on the digital information. And with the accelerated digitalization, with the flood of information, it is very important to identify information. Our foundation is to meet the needs of the time. We are giving training and education from many people, from the youth to the elderly, to identify the information. Our efforts will enhance the safety of digital information and will ground a foundation for this. And KCMC believes that this conference will further realize the importance of the international cooperation on countering disinformation. And as one of the key digital literacy education institution, our foundation will enhance our effort to raise the literacy of citizens. And I kindly ask for you to stay till the very end of the conference and get many inspiration and aspirations from today's lecture. Thank you. Thank you, and thank you very much. And I think today's conference is being held with the KCMF, and thank you once again for your remarks.
Now we will start the conference. And if you look at the back of your name tag, there is a QR code. And there is a pre-question QR code. And while the presentation is conducted, if you have any question, please scan the QR code if you have any question, and we will hear the answer afterwards. For those joining us online, please access the link provided on the event website or in the YouTube chat to participate. We would like to ask for your enthusiasm. And before we start the keynote address, there are many good participants and distinguished guests from abroad and from home. And distinguished guests, moderator, panelists, presenters, can you please come up to the stage for a commemorative photo? During the conference, we will have many distinguished guests here with us, keynote speaker, presenters, and also moderator and panelists had came up to the stage for a photo shoot. And we will find a way how we can deal with the misinformation and fact-checking process through today's conference. Please smile to the camera. Let's give a big round of applause.
Look at the camera. 3, 2, 1. 고맙습니다. Thank you very much. Please prepare your seats. 자리로 모시겠습니다. 네, 기다려주신 우리 참가자 여러분.
Thank you so much for your patience. We will now begin the keynote address. Today's keynote speaker is about the challenges and opportunities of information integrity. Mr. Shar Babian, Head of Information Integrity, Countering Foreign Interference at the OECD, he will give a presentation about today's presentation, and he is the key staff of OECD. Please welcome him with big hands. Mr. Shah Bavian, can you please come up to the stage?
안녕하세요.
Hello.
So I would like, first of all, to thank very much the Korea Communication and Media Commission and the Korea Press Foundation for Media Literacy for your kind invitation to the 2025 International Conference on Countering Disinformation. I'm delighted to be with you in Seoul today and share a few insights from the OECD Hub on Information Integrity, in particular from the OECD report Facts, Not Fakes, and the OECD recommendation on information integrity adopted last year by OECD members. Korea Communication Commission is a member of the steering group of the OECD Hub on Information Integrity, and as such, has contributed to this research and to the development of the OECD recommendation, this policy instrument. And this is a great pleasure to share with you all these elements, which I hope will support your efforts to reinforce information integrity through policy reforms here in Korea. So I prepared this presentation around the challenges faced by democracies with their information environment and the opportunities for policy reform. So let me start first with the challenges. As you all know, our information environment has significantly evolved in the last decades, and with technology continuing evolving at a rapid pace, including with AI and generative AI, we can expect this trend to continue as well. What we have seen is that the way information circulates in our society has radically changed. Social media has overtaken print, radio, and even television as a daily source of information, notably among people under the age of 35, some of whom really have developed social media addiction as well. So this has led to the erosion of business models for traditional media and journalism, the engagement-driven algorithms of online platforms linked to their economic incentives to earn more money from digital advertising increases the spread of disinformation, misinformation, and politically divisive contents, which are more likely to receive high engagement. So altogether, this has consequences on our information spaces and societies, with blurred evidence-based debates and heightened polarization, increasing news avoidance as well, and declining trust in democratic processes and institutions. There are also specific risks that magnify the challenge faced, and I'd like to point to three of them. First, around elections. In the run-up to elections, as you've seen recently also in Korea, the virality of this information is particularly dangerous because it may confuse people about their choices and affect processes of this fundamental moment of our democracies. Second, artificial intelligence, and in particular generative AI, which not only allows anyone to create low-cost video or audio deepfakes, but can also animate much more realistic networks of fake accounts, create easily disinformation campaigns across multiple channels and platforms in many different languages, and enable hyper-personalized micro-targeting. All this is happening in a backdrop of geopolitical tensions, which takes me to my third point. Malicious actors, domestic or foreign, are using information manipulation and interference to create and exploit societal tensions, as we are seeing with the Russian information warfare. In fact, in many cases, mis and disinformation do not simply appear. There are actors actively engaged in creating false and misleading content and spreading it, both domestically and internationally. It can be foreign powers. It can also increasingly be private actors engaged in the business of information manipulation and disinformation. So I'd like to emphasize here my first key message. Governments increasingly realize that action is required, as the convergence of all these challenges creates a fertile environment for information to be manipulated strategically and at scale, and for democracies to be destabilized. Despite the need for government action, democratic governments must remain at a certain distance. This is not about regulating disinformation itself, which is neither feasible or desirable. It is about shifting the focus of public policy away from content and towards efforts to uphold freedom of expression and opinion, the rule of law, the separation of powers, an independent judiciary, and independent regulatory agencies for free and fair elections, which altogether form the core elements of a democracy. Our approach at the OECD is therefore rooted in efforts to reinforce information integrity, which I will explain in the second part of my presentation. I'd like first to give you briefly a bit of background. OECD work on information integrity constitutes the first pillar of the OECD Reinforcing Democracy initiative, launched in 2022, to provide evidence-based guidance and international good practices to support countries reinforce democratic values and reinforce trust in democratic institutions. The OECD Global Forum and Ministerial Meeting on Building Trust and Reinforcing Democracy 3 years ago recognized mis and disinformation as an important factor affecting democracy and public trust. And this initiative has also been closely linked with the Summit for Democracy organized by Korea in 2024. The Reinforcing Democracy initiative is grounded upon the OECD survey on the drivers of trust in public institutions, whose second edition was published last year with results from 30 OECD countries. Let me share a few findings to put our work on information integrity into context. So in this graph, we see that the share of people with low or no trust in public institutions at 44% outweighs the share of those with high or moderately high trust at 39%. Korea, this is in red here, positions itself at the OECD average. And this is an important finding when we reflect on the constructive role that governments can play to reinforce information integrity. Certainly not to say what is true and what is false. And this is not only because, in our view, that is not the role of government, but this is also because this would have limited impact on society with such low levels of trust. Looking now at the relationship between trust and information integrity, we see that trust in traditional media has also declined in today's complex information environment. Only 39% of people have high or moderately high trust in news outlets, while 44% express little to no confidence in the media, Korea being again at the OECD average. We also find that 4 in 10 people think that their government is unlikely to use the best available evidence when making decisions. Yet, there is a strong positive relationship between confidence in evidence-based decision-making and trust in national governments. In other words, the more people believe that their governments rely on evidence and facts, the more likely they are to trust their government. So with that background, let me share with you now what is the OECD doing in this area. We have created in 2022, based on the Ministerial Declaration on Building Trust and Reinforcing Democracy, the OECD Hub on Information Integrity. In that context, we conduct regular exchanges of experiences and good practices among OECD members with public officials that join our steering group and the expert group on information integrity that meets at the OECD. We conduct also tailored capacity building activities and regional dialogues in Latin America, in Africa, and in Asia as well, Asia Pacific. We will do that in 2026 and 2027. And we do policy assessments and knowledge transfers through, for instance, reviews of information integrity policies in a number of countries. We have done that in Ukraine in a very specific context. We're doing that at the moment in the Netherlands. We'll do that in 7 other EU countries as well. And if Korea will be interested in an OECD review of its policies, we are, of course, available. With this work, what we have done is we've published this report, Facts, Not Fakes, launched in March 2024 by the OECD Secretary General Matthias Cormann and France Minister of Europe and Foreign Affairs. This is the first comprehensive assessment of OECD countries' public policies and initiatives to reinforce information integrity. We had detailed methodology with desk research, interviews, a global conference, a survey, and you can download it at the QR code right here. This is when we did this research and comparative analysis that we realized it was important to address disinformation within the broader concepts of information integrity and change the focus of public policies from content regulation to the context in which information is created and disseminated with the objective to reinforce information integrity. We have defined information integrity here as the result of an information environment that promotes access to accurate, reliable, evidence-based, and plural information sources with the objective to enable individuals to be exposed to plural and diverse ideas, make informed choices, and better exercise their rights. So this policy analysis of Facts Not Fakes report, and I have a few copies here if you're interested, led to the development and adoption of the OECD recommendation on information integrity. This recommendation provides policy guidance for governments to design and implement policies that reinforce information integrity around 3 clusters of policy action. First one, strengthening societal resilience to disinformation. Second one, enhancing the transparency and accountability and plurality as well of information sources, and both for the traditional media as well as for online platforms. And third, upgrade institutional architecture for governments to play a constructive role in information spaces. I will go in more details in a minute. Just to say that an OECD recommendation is a standard of the organization, and it represents a political commitment of OECD members to implement it. It was developed with in-depth consultation, review by all OECD members, and we had very engaged negotiations between countries under the active chairmanship of France and the United States. It was adopted by consensus by the 38 OECD members in December 2024, just 1 year ago. And we are now supporting OECD member and partner countries to implement this recommendation under the guidance of our new co-chairs of the OECD Hub on Information Integrity, which are Canada and the Netherlands. So let me go now to the core of my message, which is around what actions can governments take. The first pillar is around strengthening societal resilience. Here, what we propose is to, of course, enhance individuals' understanding and skills to be able to navigate the complex information environment of today. We are talking here about media and information literacy efforts to build societal awareness and have pre-banking capacities for instance, through civil society organization, put in place public engagement processes, participatory democracy mechanisms to engage the society on those topics so that people can better understand how information flows, also with the support of research, academia, and civil society, for which you will need as well to have better access of data from online platforms. So the idea is that people understand better what they see online. Of course, we need also to monitor and evaluate the impacts of disinformation and of the policy responses, what works in this area, so that we make the right choices about what to do. I have here a few examples. Many OECD countries, for instance, are investing in media literacy, from Finland's nationwide media education policy to France climate training of teachers and students. We have also the Swedish Psychological Defense Agency, which provides guidance to detect information manipulation, and Korea Community Media Foundation that is hosting us today. So this initiative, they can empower people to think critically, to engage responsibly, and navigate today's complex information spaces. Can share more examples if you are interested. The second pillar around enhancing transparency, accountability, and plurality of information sources, this dimension focuses on the actors and the structure of the media space, both offline and online. It emphasizes the importance of a free, plural, and sustainable press, so it can play its crucial role as a watchdog for the public interest. It also recognizes the need for innovative policies and agile governance mechanisms to address the major shift of information spaces in the digital era. Here, it is critical to avoid focusing on contents, but rather to incentivize transparent modus operandi of online platforms to build trust in the information ecosystem. We also have a few provisions on ensuring that children thrive in an information conducive to the full exercise of their rights as well, notably the right to access of information. I have a few examples here as well. Transparent media support at the national level and international level is important to ensure that traditional media and quality journalism continue to play a key role to inform our societies. There are numerous initiatives, including internationally, like the one here on acting for independent citizen journalism, sponsored by Canal France International. Regarding the transparency and accountability of online platforms, we noted the development of dedicated policies in a number of jurisdictions. For instance, the United Kingdom with the Online Safety Act, the EU with the Digital Services Act, and I'm sure you will learn more about the Australia approach through Kelly this afternoon. So these regulations are often risk-based, proportionate with due diligence obligations for large platforms, mandatory disclosure of content moderation, ranking algorithms, and advertising systems as well. What I have to say here is that many of those instruments are quite recent, so it's important to evaluate how they work and to make sure they can evolve over time, including with the evolution of technology. The third aspect is around how can governments organize themselves. It is true that when we talk about information integrity, there are a lot of discussions around media and information literacy or around online platforms, but much less about how can governments organize themselves. It is important here that to play a constructive role in the information space, governments have coherent and comprehensive strategy to bring together all these various dimensions. You need coordinated approaches between line ministries and agencies with clear and transparent mandates. You need, of course, also specific provisions to mitigate the risks before, during, and after elections as well. It is important as well to ensure that public institutions have the right skills, and resources to be able to ensure information integrity, to understand the information spaces. And I'm talking also about agencies that need to have the right digital skills, the right AI skills, to be able to play a constructive role in this space, the right skills, the right capacities, and the right resources. And that includes the capacities to conduct strategic communication, the public communication function of government being also very important in this area. I have what we saw in the survey that we conducted is that as of 2023, only half of the OECD countries from our survey had a cross-government coordination mechanism to ensure policy coherence in their actions to enforce information integrity. We have noticed the creation of a few specialized agencies established in recent years, such as Viginum in France, the Swedish Psychological Defense Agency, to better monitor, detect, and respond to foreign information manipulation and interference threats. There can be task forces that can be created, can be specialized on specific topic, for instance, to ensure the integrity of elections, as we have seen in Australia, in Canada, in the UK, a few other countries. And there's an increasing number of countries that are adopting dedicated cross-sectoral strategies. I'll pass on this one. We have also specific provisions on the recommendation related to foreign information manipulation and interference, which are risks that require to be mitigated in our democracies, given the geopolitical landscape of today. What we promote here is firstly to develop risk assessments and response strategies, to think about effective, proportionate, and dissuasive sanctions grounded on the rule of law. It can be important also to disclose the affiliations and FIMI activities to increase transparency. That is, for instance, what Viginum in France is doing regularly with the right skills to do so. And of course, international cooperation is very important among democratic countries to exchange on FIMI tactics, tools, and methods, for instance, through the G7 rapid response mechanisms, or like the EU is doing. Yes, here there are a few examples. I mentioned the Viginum Agency, so you can see one of the reports that they have published with in-depth analysis of Russian information manipulation. There's also the account of the French Ministry of Foreign Affairs. They created in September specifically to respond to FIMI threats. The EU is also sharing a number of reports on FIMI activities that can be useful in this area. Going forward, in our survey, we have assessed what are the priority areas for governments to strengthen information integrity. They identified the importance of improved coordination within governments and public administration as a top priority, alongside the value of cooperation with partner countries. Since information knows no border, effective international cooperation and coordination is as important as sharing insights. Effective internal coordination is as important as sharing insights with other democratic governments facing similar challenges. And this is what the OECD can offer through the Hub on Information Integrity, and which I hope can be useful to support Korea efforts to reinforce information integrity. So with that, I would like to thank you very much for your attention. I look forward to the discussion and the rest of the conference as of today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Please retain your seats.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much to prepare such a remarkable presentation, keynote presentation. Thank you so much once again.
Thank you so much for sharing us the very important information, especially the challenges that are threatening the integrity of information and information integrity, and also You have remarked many challenges threatening trust in our information environment, and the OECD Information Integrity Centered approach, including the strengthening of social resilience, enhancing platform transparency and accountability, and reinforcing institutional responses from governments. And now it's time for a discussion to explore the keynote speech in greater depth. And like we said, while the discussion session is ongoing, if you have any questions, please feel free to put your questions on the link through the QR code. And especially if you have any questions about the countries of OECD's, member countries of OECD's, please feel free to ask. And we have a professor from Konkuk University, Professor Hwang Yong-seok, to the stage. And he's the professor of media and communication at Konkuk University. Please welcome him with big hands. And we also have Mr. Bavyon once again to the stage. Thank you. So based on the keynote speech, we will have a discussion with Professor Hwang. Let's give the microphone to Professor Hwang. Hello, I am Hwang Yong-seok from Konkuk University. I am the moderator of today's keynote speech, and I'm so grateful to participate as a moderator today. And as you have heard today, the recommendation from OECD will be very helpful to the establishment of a framework for the member countries. And like Mr. Bavyon said, Korea also will reflect this framework so that we can apply it to principles of information and content in Korea. And if you look at the concept of information integrity, it is not just about expanding in the concept of information integrity. It is about strategic response. And thank you so much for giving us the framework. And this is the expanded version of the framework. And you have also mentioned the practical recommendation for us. And if you look at the keynote speech, OECD's information integrity can be a legal instrument, but legal instrument here is not a mandatory for member countries. It's a legal tool as a subtle tool. So when OECD make a recommendation, they always have implementation document. So after 5 years, OECD recommendation will be checked by OECD. And do you have any plan to review the member countries if they are fulfilling the OECD recommendation after 5 years?
Thank you very much, Professor, for your kind words on the presentation. And indeed, as you highlighted, an OECD recommendation is what we call soft law. It's not legally binding, but when the OECD members adopt this recommendation altogether by consensus, there's a sort of a moral commitment to implement its provisions. That's the first thing. And the second thing is that indeed, the OECD will monitor its implementation and look at how the various member countries have implemented the provisions of the recommendation. So at the moment, as I explained, what we are mostly doing is to promote the recommendation with events like this one, to support country reform efforts through some specific projects. And what we will do is to gather a lot of insights from the countries on the reforms they are conducting. And based on that, we will report back to the OECD Council first in 2 years about how we are promoting this instrument internationally, and second in 5 years to see if the recommendation needs to be adapted. And my sense is that it will have to be, because it is changing so fast that I think this instrument will have to be adjusted to the evolution of technology.
지금 발표해 주신 어떻게 보면 가장 중요한 내용이 OECD의 정보
The most important thing is about your keynote speech is information integrity, which is enhancing the social framework and also the advancing the systematic structure and also accountability and plurality. And if you look at the political frame, you make us think about how we should approach this disinformation. After we become an adult, after we have this social relationship, after we first establish our history, we have to concern about this disinformation. So we need to have an approach which is based on context, not content. And your framework shows all that very clearly. And after today's your keynote speech, there were many conflicts regarding disinformation. So in that regard, through the systematical tool, we are focusing on the regulation. And behind that, there's KCC and KCMF. And there are many enhancement programs for those activity, and there are many discourse, and OECD framework is to help information integrity. So we think about a social responsibility, and this can be explained as the change of the entire ecosystem. And you know about the situation of OECD member countries, and from the perspective of overall ecosystem environment, is there any prerequisite for your recommendation?
I think in terms of prerequisite, as I said, if you want to reinforce information integrity, you need to build media and information literacy within society. That is very important. You need to have the right institutions in place. And when I think about an institution, for instance, like KCC, what is important is that it remains independent particularly from government, from political parties as well. So you have an independent regulator, and it cannot be accused of politicization, because if that is the case, it can really affect its credibility to play a constructive role. So I think independent institutions, both for regulation, but also if you think about the justice system as well, it is a very important tool. If you think also about how can, for instance, subsidies or advertisements in the traditional media, especially advertisement from government, sometimes there are resources for traditional media, how they are distributed, it needs also to be done through independent institutions. So I think the main prerequisite to play a constructive role is to ensure that there are the right institutional safeguards against politicization of government reforms in this area. That's the key point.
Thank you for addressing a very key issue. And I think we are living into a network-based society, and we have many imminent challenges. One of them is the individual's common experience has been dispersed, and the algorithm-based hyper-personalized society has emerged. So this common shared reality is not diverse, but it's like we are living in a society that we would like to believe in, and this kind of challenges should be addressed. And I think OECD recommendation also address this issue, but the media and the traditional media's role and the individual institutions' independent role and restore their independence and trust is very important. So arm's length principle should be kept in a very sound and healthy manner so that every single actor can do their role, and I think it's very important. And I have another question to you. It's regarding youth and children, and OECD has also had many interest in dealing with the youth and children issue, just like Meta has done a social comparison spot experience. We are often called that as a addictive mechanism, but through the experiment at Meta, how the people can maintain their perceived happiness, maybe how much they should be exposed to the shorts or reels, and Meta staff has exposed to this so-called inside experience to talk about the addiction of the youth and the children. So EU, as far as I understand, I think you also know that the EU launched the AI Digital Service Act, and Korea has a Information Communication Network Act and Digital Service Act and Digital Market Act have been launched and enacted. But recently, Digital Fairness Act has been discussed. And this act has been discussed in Korea, and the core content of the Digital Fairness Act will include how to protect children and the vulnerable class, including the youth and information vulnerable class, and dark pattern for commercial use, or disinformation and manipulated information, design content, and how to respond to that. And I think EU has been leading the efforts to countering this kind of information. And I think it will take a lot of time, and we have to have many discussions to enact this act. But I think OECD recommendation also tap into this kind of framework. And US also is talking about the prevention of the SNS of the children. Not all enacted in every state in the US, but I think the OECD recommendation, I think it is more of safeguarding the rights of the children to help them to prevent from the addiction to the SNS. And also, I think how to strike a balance in access to the information and how to. Could you also elaborate on further regarding this?
It is true that the fact that children and youth they use social media as their main source of information. We have seen that the algorithms sometimes they tend to lead children and youth to develop some addiction to social media. There are also, of course, broader issues than only their access to information and the integrity of information. It is also a mental health issue. And so there it means that it's in a broader contextual framework than this topic should be addressed, not only information integrity, but also mental health. I think it is also important to know when it comes to information and youth people is that the young people, they are digital natives. They grew up with social media from a young age. Of course, there are issues with addiction, with mental health, but I think also they are sometimes better equipped than the older generation to be able to navigate these platforms and understand the information environment there. Now, in terms of solutions and policy responses, it is not an easy one, that is for sure. If you want to restrict access to online platform for young people, as by the way, Australia will just enact in a few weeks, if I understand correctly. One complex issue is age verification. How to make sure that you have the right mechanisms to do age verification. They can be sometimes quite easily, contoured or people can find ways to overcome those age verification processes. So is it efficient? I think it's an important question. I think we are also learning in terms of policy instruments what can work and what cannot work. There's an important issue around the transparency of algorithms that is quite sure. We have seen instances also, dramatic consequences of not only addiction but also exposure of young people to violent content. So these are many different topics that all need to be addressed. I think the transparency is important. The age restriction, in my view, has to be further explored. I think it is interesting to see that some countries are putting it in place. We will need to learn from those experiences, whether they are effective, whether they have a good positive impact, so that it can maybe put at a broader scale as well. That would be my response at this point.
Yes, the youth and children issue is a worldwide very important issue that requires policy response. So how to respond, how to strike a balance between the rights and the skills of the youth and children, and with the wisdom to deal with this issue. Let me give you the last question from my side due to the time constraints. This platform is a cross-border, a transnational platform, and I think we're now living in a very quite complicated geopolitical tensions, including the digital hegemonic power. And you said the FIMI, that's like a foreign. I think this FIMI is quite serious in Europe, so I believe the recommendation also emphasizes on this issue. But relatively Korea, I think the inflow from the FIMI in Korea is not that much serious issue. But recently, regarding the online comments in a big platform or the Korea's communication companies, the infringement of privacy is not just within the Korea; it's also connected with the cross-border issues. I think this is very complex and complicated to identify, and it also requires to deal with other social and security issues as well. So I think based on the cases of the EU, could you elaborate on how to respond to FIMI, or how? I think it's very difficult for us to identify it's right or wrong. Could you have any advice for us to how to respond to the FIMI?
Yes, FIMI threats indeed is particularly important at the moment in Europe. We've seen the Russia information warfare. It's quite critical. My sense is that it is becoming more widespread. There's a learning process between a number of foreign powers, mostly autocratic regimes, that are using those techniques to try to not only influence sometimes our societies or our foreign policy, but also to try to demonstrate that democracies are not a good model. And that's where the threat is, and I think every democracy should feel concerned about that. Now, in terms of solution against it, again, it is not easy. It is important for every country to have a clear definition of FIMI, to distinguish, because for FIMI you can have indeed more stringent policy tools than when it is domestic disinformation, because there can be a national security component, so you can be eventually stronger in the tools that you use. But to avoid that it affects your domestic debates, you need to be very cautious and very good in the definition. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that you can establish some specific agencies with the right tools as well and capacities to be able to monitor, to detect, and to expose FIMI campaigns. We have seen, for instance, I presented the case of Viginum in France. They do public reports against demonstrating manipulative behaviors not about content, but about the use of, for instance, bot farms, fake websites, and they document very precisely that this has been done by foreign powers, and they expose it to the public, they communicate about it, and then there can be, through other mechanisms, some potential sanctions. So it's attribution and disclosure. And I think lastly that it is very important to educate public officials and society about these manipulative behaviors. And there the role of civil society organization and research can be very important as well, to showcase those trends, to expose them to the public and to the decision makers. At the OECD, we are currently doing a project with the Netherlands to establish a reflection on institutionalizing FIMI detection with a new institution. But the reflection is also around maybe it's not the government to do that. It could be a network of civil society organizations. So there are different models, and we will explore the pros and cons of the various models. And of course, always keeping in mind the importance of privacy protection, personal data protection. If you are to harvest a large amount of data on online platforms, you need to have really privacy and personal data protection also at the core of your reflection. So that's what we are currently reflecting upon with the Netherlands at the moment.
So I think we are living in a very geopolitically tensions. So I think the Director General, she maybe think about new policy approaches to respond to this. I think the time's almost up, and there are some questions from the floor. So let me ask for the. Can I ask for the one question from the floor, or well, the OECD said that there is a low trust in the government, but I kindly ask for you to have some closing remarks, like regarding the maybe the making a regulation on countering disinformation leading to the lower trust in the government. So for the Korean government's implementation of the countering of the disinformation, could you have any comment or advice on how to raise the trust in government while countering the disinformation?
It is not an easy question. I cannot really say what will work specifically in Korea, because I think it requires an in-depth analysis of the current situation, the current policies in place. So I would be happy to do that, but it will require more analysis from our side. But what I can tell you is that as you've seen in the graph, most OECD countries are confronted to this decline of trust in public institutions. If you want to be able to have reforms reinforcing information integrity, it is important to create, first, that there is political will to do so. Second, that there's some form of societal consensus on what the issues are. And you can build this up, for instance, through having some participatory democracy processes with citizens, with research, with civil society organization coming all together in a national dialogue on information integrity. A few countries have done that. France, again, Ireland, a few others, to really bring the whole of society together in terms of what the issues are. A citizen assembly can be useful in this respect. And then they can also reflect about the policy solutions. But of course, the policy solutions then need to be, it's the role of the parliament to decide about the law. But if they are informed by a citizen assembly, which will tell the parliament, this is what the society thinks with the right process to do so, then it is a good way forward, maybe to pass on more consensual reforms, if I could put it this way.
Thank you for your comment. I think due to the time constraint, I wish to hear more from you, but I'd like to wrap up today's session. Thank you once again for your contribution, and please give him a big round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the moderator, Professor Hwang Yong-seok. Thank you very much. Today's conversation has provided us a clear direction regarding the challenges Korea faces and the steps needed to strengthen information integrity. Since we're running out of time, I'm afraid we have to stop now. And not just us, but and now it is time for us to continue the session 2. And let's invite the experts. The first session is titled Diversifying and Expanding Approaches to Combat Disinformation, and we'll explore the challenges of disinformation faced by Korea and the international community from multiple perspectives. Director Holland will be giving us the presentation. The first presentation will be done by Ms. Angie Drobnik-Holland, Director of the International Fact-Checking Network, joining us online. Let's invite her.
Thank you so much for having me. Again, I'm Angie Drobnik-Holland. I'm Director of the International Fact-Checking Network. You'll see my email and my Signal WhatsApp text on screen. Please feel free to get in touch with me once the conference is over. My topic today is information integrity at a crossroads, assessing platform gaps, AI threats, and shared solutions. I'm hoping to give you a snapshot of where we are holistically when it comes to information integrity and making sure that the public has regular access to accurate information in a relatively safe environment. Let me start by introducing you to my organization, the International Fact-Checking Network. We're based at the Poynter Institute in St. Petersburg, Florida, and I work in our offices out of Washington, D.C. We are the global leader in certifying fact-checking newsrooms, upholding high standards and promoting access to accurate information. We support fact-checking journalism as an act of freedom of expression through partnerships, training, and outreach. And through those activities, we help news organizations deliver trusted, accurate information in an area of widespread misinformation. Now, what does all that mean in practice? Let me give you a little timeline of our organization. We started in 2014. We had about 40 fact checkers come together for our first meeting in London. These were journalists who were exclusively devoting themselves to fact-checking journalism, that is, writing and reporting stories about whether publicly shared information was accurate or not. In 2015, we founded the International Fact-Checking Network at the Poynter Institute, which, as I said, is a training institute for journalists. In 2016, we launched our Code of Principles. I'll be talking about our Code of Principles in a little bit more detail, but it's a list of standards that all of our fact-checking organizations that are signatories to it adhere to. And the standards have to do with accuracy, independence, and transparency. In 2020, we launched a fact-checking project to confront COVID, the Coronavirus Facts Alliance. This was a coalition of all our members working together to fact-check claims about COVID, vaccines, and other healthcare misinformation that resulted from the pandemic. In 2023, we had our 10th annual IFCN conference. We call it Global Fact in Seoul. So I was able to visit Seoul at that time. This was our first conference in Asia. And I should note that Professor Eun-Young Chang played a critical role in organizing that conference and hosting us. And I am still very grateful to her for her hospitality and her generosity. This year, in 2025, we have 170 members in 60 countries. We started with about 50 members, so that's pretty substantial growth over these past 10 years. And in June in 2026, we'll hold our 13th Global Fact Conference in Lithuania. I mentioned our Code of Principles. The Code of Principles outlines specific commitments that news organizations make to these following rubrics: nonpartisanship and fairness, transparency of sources, a commitment to transparency of funding and organization, a commitment to transparency of methodology, and a commitment to open and honest corrections. Now, what this means is that we have rules and procedures for news organizations to show how they exemplify these commitments. And then we have an independent process to check on these commitments and make sure that they're being implemented and utilized. And when everything is in order and our advisory board approves them, the fact-checking organizations become a signatory to the International Fact-Checking Code of Principles. So that's our organization. I want to talk now about where we are when it comes to information integrity. And I want to look first at the platforms. So when I talk about the tech platforms, I'm talking about exactly who you would think of: Meta, YouTube, X, formerly Twitter, TikTok, all of these platforms that use algorithms to promote their content. And what we're seeing is that a lot of the harms in the online space are driven by platforms. So disinformation operations will exploit the design and algorithms to spread their messages. And we see state and non-state actors in this space. Fact checkers see this daily in every region of the world. So if there's a conflict anywhere, like with Ukraine and Russia, or in Gaza with Israel, we typically see disinformation campaigns follow those conflicts. It's very common. Also today, unfortunately, it's common to see international crime and fraud. We see many financial scams go viral across social media and text-based messaging. These things start as information integrity issues, but then they become real-world crimes when people are separated from their money by criminals. And then finally, the AI threat is accelerating the cycle of manipulation, and it's outpacing our usual methods of combating misinformation, and it's overwhelming the platform ecosystem. I'm going to talk about all of these threats in a little bit more depth because I suspect they're familiar to you already. I want to talk first, though, about what these fact checkers that we support are doing. Now, again, the fact checking members of our networks are typically journalists. They're part of civil society, and they've already been responding to some of these threats that I mentioned. And I just wanted to give you some examples so you can see how these responses play out in different local contexts. So in Ukraine, we have VoxCheck. That is one of the signatories to our Code of Principles in Ukraine. And they have specialized in fact-checking, but also tracking disinformation narratives about the Russia-Ukraine war to fact-check and to inoculate people against false claims. So when they have done individual fact checks, they also sort them into a narrative tracker, like a narrative like Ukraine is a failed state. And they show people how these individual fact checks feed false narratives so that people can understand better the way the disinformation operates online. In Brazil, we have an organization called Lupa that has created a database called Is This a Scam? This is where if people get a text message or see a message in their instant messaging, they can look it up on this website and see, is this a scam? And a lot of times it is. Lupa is organizing this to give the public a resource as someplace they can check when they suspect that things might be not quite right. And then in Philippines, Verifiles has published a year-end report on scams, identifying trends. And they've done this through their work with Meta's third-party fact-checking program. This third-party fact-checking program was in the headlines earlier this year when Meta ended the program in the United States. Right now, we do believe this program is going to be continuing outside the United States, and that will be very interesting to see how that plays out. But that third-party fact-checking program was something where Meta brought in fact checkers to debunk content and then to give warning screens to users. It was not to take content down, it was to give the users more context and information so that they would know that something had been fact-checked and was false. Let's talk a little bit in more depth about that platform accountability gap. So I've been in the fact-checking area since 2007. I started as a reporter at PolitiFact right around the time that social media was becoming widespread in the United States. So when I started PolitiFact around the same time, I got my first Facebook account and my first Twitter account. And what we've seen over the years is that the platform started out self-regulating. They said, we have moderation programs, we take user safety seriously, we want people to connect in a healthy and happy way with their friends and family. But over the years, these voluntary efforts have proven insufficient. We saw, as I mentioned, Meta ended the fact-checking program in the United States. And this is part of a widespread trend of platforms deprioritizing fact-checking programs and failing to consistently enforce their own policies across different languages and regions. This is particularly true of the US-based platforms, where the Trump administration has also attacked fact-checking largely for political reasons. But all in all, the platforms do not feel that they have to meet the same standards that they previously did. Then we had the governance challenge. So we have seen probably most prominently Europe attempt to regulate the platforms, and they have to strike balance between user safety, free expression, and innovation. And it's not easy. And I know that in South Korea, there's been discussion over how to hold these platforms accountable as well. I think these discussions are taking place globally and are very important discussions to have, because the core issue is that the platform's business models and algorithms optimize for engagement at all costs. And this tends to favor and amplify manipulative and divisive content. So the hope that this is just a passing phase, I think, would be wrong. We're suffering some things that seem intrinsic to social media, because we do see these same issues on all the platforms. And we're getting better as an information community at understanding how these things work. Recently, the first report of the SIMODS project came out. SIMODS stands for Structural Indicators to Monitor Online Disinformation Scientifically. This is a research project that was led by some of our fact-checking members. And what they found was, by systematically studying social media and using AI to create samples of the information environment, they were able to determine that misinformation accounts attract more engagement than credible accounts. And in their sample, YouTube received 8 times normal engagement when it was misinformation. Facebook was 7 times, Instagram and X were 5 times, and TikTok was twice. This study was conducted in Europe. I do hope that the methods of this study are replicated in other areas around the world. It was, to me, as someone who's been in this area for a long time, I was very impressed with its methodology. And I think it gave us some confidence that we can begin to measure how much misinformation is happening online. Previously, it's been an impossible question to answer. But one of the benefits of AI is that it is making it easier to sample the large millions of posts that are on social media and to come to some firmer conclusions that are supported by evidence. Again, case studies of response to these dynamics. Europe is still, I think, leading the way, arguably. Europe's fact checkers have organized and are stakeholders in the European Union's Digital Services Act. They publish regular reports and analysis. And in Spain, Maldita has a robust public policy arm to advocate for information integrity, and it trains other fact-checking organizations to advocate similarly. This is a new area for many journalists. Typically, journalists do not take public policy positions But in the area of people having access to high quality information, the journalists need to bring their expertise, and they're doing that in a nonpartisan, independent way in Europe. Now let's talk about artificial intelligence. And artificial intelligence has significant pros and cons, so much that I call it the dilemma of artificial intelligence. AI is a threat multiplier. It allows for the creation of hyper-realistic, highly scalable, and deeply personalized disinformation. And this really contributes to what we call the liar's dividend. This is where people will say to themselves, well, I don't even know what's true anymore. That's a very a deeply cynical philosophical position. It's a very troubling one. People who have talked about democracy and civil society often say when you can't know what's true, it's impossible to have self-government. So it's a very troubling dynamic. We found that AI is designed for plausibility, not truth. So AI models will give content that seems accurate, but it may not be. And they're also subject to hallucinations. Hallucinations are a nice way to say errors. So to give you the way I think of it is if I ask an AI chatbot 10 questions, it will probably give me 8 answers that are accurate and sound. But 2 of those 10 answers may not be, and they may have small errors or large errors, and it's really hard to tell. But on the positive side, AI has accelerated fact checking. And fact checkers are using AI to create tools to improve the overall information integrity ecosystem. And as I talked about the study on the previous slide, using AI to sample social media, we also see fact checkers using AI to increase their fact checking. And I have a few case studies to show you in just a bit. I did want to note that the AI scams are highly personalized to individuals, and they do create real harms. These are a few examples I've collected in my home country, the United States. Oprah Winfrey, the superstar, has had to warn her fans that she's not selling salt, Himalayan salt, or weight loss gummies. And she recounted how people close to her have received faked calls from close relatives. A conservative Roman Catholic bishop, Robert Barron, had to make a YouTube video to tell his fans that he had not given advice on exorcising demons in a toilet. And he blamed these fake videos about himself on AI click-driven content farms. And then a more tragic case, as reported by Reuters news service, a New Jersey retiree was lured by a flirty AI chatbot from Meta. He fell while traveling to meet this non-existent woman, which led to his death. So these things that start on the internet and are AI-driven have real-world harms and a human cost. The case studies of response. One of our fact-checking members is Full Fact of the United Kingdom. Full Fact has created a suite of automated tools using AI to monitor video, audio, text, and social media to speed up claim detection and correction. So they have automated systems that monitor media, and when there's a false claim, it will alert the fact checkers. The fact checkers can confirm the claim, match it against their current research, and publish a fact check quickly. We have a new global coalition that is in the works right now to create a global fact-checking bot. This is being worked on by the same people who organized the Coronavirus Facts Alliance. And what they're hoping to do is develop a fact-based fact-checking chatbot that draws only on vetted fact-check content and drives hallucinations down to the absolute minimum. This project is still in the works, but we're all very excited to see how it turns out. And then we're also seeing fact checkers working across languages. And this is an area where AI can really excel. News Checker of India is working with 13 South Asian languages to aid claim detection across its regions. And we believe that as we deal with more and more languages, we will be able to use AI to better effect. I do want to end on some positive notes as I get toward the end of my presentation. As long as I've been watching this these dynamics play out on the internet, I've come to a very strong belief that we need a whole of society approach framework. So it's not just fact checkers, it's not just government. Everyone has a role to play. To begin with government and regulators. Across countries, the common goal is platform transparency and accountability. So we see this in Europe, in South Korea, in Australia. Governments are saying, how do we hold these companies accountable for the user experience? I think governments also have an important role in championing nationwide media literacy. Now, often this can look like educational standards, but it can also look like public service campaigns or any other venues where media literacy can be promoted. And I'll come back to this point at the end. We also think technology platforms have a role to play, that their product design and business models really matter. And we hope to see them prioritize information integrity over aggressive engagement. I have seen technology platforms behave differently in response to different pressures. I think there are many people who work at these companies who want to promote information integrity. I think they just need the right incentives to do so. Independent civil society. This includes journalism and fact-checking as well as academia. This is the truth-seeking infrastructure of many societies, and it's just an essential check on falsehoods. So that these civil society groups need to be able to continue to do their work. And then finally, the last defense is an educated public. So a resilient public with strong critical thinking skills is a strong defense against fraud and distortions. And we've seen the public become much more resilient to disinformation and fraud as the years have passed. I think many people, when they see requests for their personal information or requests that they're not familiar with to be paid, they do think critically. And certainly messaging that is in public on the platforms is often highly fact-checked. I do worry more about the individual messaging of private messages and AI chatbots. Because the public is much more resilient to disinformation when it can be fact-checked in a public context. There are new transparency efforts going on to handle this. One group that I participated with recently is the Knight Georgetown Institute's Expert Working Group on Public Platform Data. This is a report that sought to publish standards for civil society and for governments to think about what public platform data should be made readily accessible to researchers, journalists, civil society, and the public. And I do want to emphasize this is public platform data, because right now, even messages that are public facing are difficult for researchers to gather and study. And our group felt that a common framework could help this, so that if governments are thinking about what should our public policy look like when it comes to platforms, they would have this framework so they could determine what is fair and reasonable to make accessible to researchers. And again, this framework respects privacy and private user data. It is just suggesting that high influence public data should be made easily accessible. It would allow us to study these platforms more. It would allow us to understand the dynamics. I do think transparency would go a long way to helping public policy be better, more productive, without stifling in innovation or freedom of expression. And in the US, even in the US, I'm sure you've heard a lot about the Trump administration being opposed to content moderation, but we do see bipartisan signs of accountability. I think members of the US Congress understand that the public is not happy with how the online information environment is unfolding, and they've introduced many pieces of legislation to address it. So you have the AI Lead Act, which would allow people to explicitly allow people to sue AI companies for harms. There's the Access Act, which would allow people to take their platform information to different platforms to increase competition among the platforms and make them more responsive to user complaints. The Take It Down Act actually became law. This was a law to remove deepfake revenge pornography, and it became law and will take effect next year. So, lest anyone think that the United States environment is monolithic, it's not. I think that there are many signs that both Democrats and Republicans have some agreement on holding the platforms more accountable. Now, the US Congress has had problems with gridlock and not being able to pass legislation. But I think these are signs that when the environment changes, there will be legislation ready to be considered. And then finally, final thoughts. I do want to suggest 3 strategies for people in the public policy area to consider. The first I've talked about already, mandate meaningful transparency. I strongly believe that transparency can help us get much further down the road in improving the information environment. What we know about, we can address. What we don't know about, we can't address. Second, I would say invest in information integrity as a counterweight. These independent fact-checking is critical infrastructure for a healthy digital ecosystem, and sustainable funding is an investment in holding platforms accountable and building social resilience. I would love to see more investments for fact-checking, as well as for all of the independent truth-seeking groups, such as universities, education, and the like. The third is to build global alliances for accountability. This is going to look different for every sector, but we know that disinformation is a borderless problem that demands a borderless approach. So international coalitions are essential. That is the idea behind the International Fact-Checking Network. Our fact checkers felt that we would have more of an impact together than separately, and we found that to be true. So I would encourage everyone else in their sector to think about their counterparts in other countries and how they can work together. And with that, I will bring my presentation to a close, and I look forward to the discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Director Holland opened the session with the first presentation, and it has been serving and also awarded a Filter Prize, and she has been making the deadline for the international standard for fact-checking, and she is now joined by the online, and she also dealt with many issues such as algorithm, and the platform structure is at the center of the fact-checking, and the disinformation is making new threats. Thank you once again for your presentation. With that, let me invite the second presenter, Professor Tong Eun Leong from Semyeong Graduate School of Journalism. She is also the board member of International Fact Checker, and she has been the head of the SNU Fact Checking Center, and she is the leading figure in the fact checking worldwide. And her presentation is the status and challenges of the fact checking in Korea. Please give her a big round of applause. Good morning, all. I think that I can see many young participants within the venue, so it is all the more pleasure. I'm not saying that I'm not welcoming the older participants, but anyway, we have heard the presentation by Director Andy Dropley Holland, and she is the director of International Fact-Checking Network. And when we talk about this information integrity, she also thinks that what the roles that the fact-checking can play and the challenges. Let me focus my presentation on the current status and the challenges of fact-checking in Korea. First of all, let me introduce the Korea's as is. Korea. We have a Korea Media Communications Commission, and we also have Korea Community Media Foundation, and these two organizations really work hard. But Korea is highly digitally advanced nation. But having said that, compared to the international standard, I think Korea is quite vulnerable when it comes to the information governance compared to the international standard, because we are using internet well but have a relatively less understanding on algorithm. I think these are some of the examples of the vulnerabilities of the Korea. So when we narrow down the topic into fact checking, then status and challenges, I was asked to give a presentation on the status and challenge. It was quite embarrassing for me because status is Korea's fact-checking ecosystem is destroyed. It is not an all emphasized. So we are talking about information integrity and the civil sectors or private sectors efforts for fact-checking is maybe involving the OECD or EU. And they're all emphasizing the role of civil society. But Korea is in an ironic situation to begin my presentation. The Korea's fact-check generation, we are often said at the 2017 as the milestone of Korea's fact-checking in Korea. It was when the President Park Geun-hye stepped down from her post and a new administration was sworn in. After the impeachment, there was a huge turbulence in politics, and the voters wanted to seek a right information. And there was quite a short period of presidential campaign. So the information was weak and voters have to cast their ballot. And at the same time, the YouTube was started to boom. So unchecked information started to spread. So media and media companies focused on the fact-checking. And Naver, Korea's online platform, made a presidential campaign webpage including the fact check. And 27 Korean media companies also joined the corner. And in March 2017, in the SNU Media Research Institute, there was a media SNU fact check center was established, and I was the head of the center. This model is the SNU made the platform, and the center was also collaborated with the media who follows the guiding principle of fact-checking principle. So from 2017 and up until August 2024, before the ultimate suspension of the operation, around 5,000 pieces were verified. So I think the database on the fact check is one and only in Korea. And in 2023, for the first time in Asia, we held the Global Fact Gathering in Seoul. And we held this international gathering back in 2023. The key partners of the SNU fact check was Naver. Naver is, I think the only reason that we had to collaborate with Naver is because of course the percentage is falling down, but the most of the news consumers are using, and most common platform for accessing news was Naver. And Naver was also using and linking the result of the fact check SNU, and also Naver enhanced the visibility through the placement. Visibility means that how to enhance the visibility of quality information rather than harmful information, and we all emphasize the visibility. And SNU fact check was operated, and the operation fees and we need a financial support for operating. And the key guiding principle for getting financing was independence. Even if some outsiders provided financing, but the arm's length principle should be kept thoroughly and never follow the arm's length principle while providing financial support. And also, never also conducted a media coverage projects or dispatched interns to the media companies. So as a new fact check, I was the head of the center, but I'm not emphasizing the role of the SNE because I was the former head of the center. But how should we promote private sector collaborative governance? I think the SMU fact check was one of the models. And I think this is a quite a rare model in the world. So that's why I also had a presentation on the global fact check. The independent academia built the platform, also joined by, it is not limited to the media company, but anyway, the companies or players who can keep posting the result of the fact check was actually media company in Korea. And the platform raised the visibility of the content, and also at the same time the platform company provided the financing support for the platform by following the arm's length principle. But it was a very tough journey because we got the political pressure because we have not used a single money of the taxes, but SNU is the subject of the national audit. So every year I had to be subjected to the national audit, and I was charged with both civil and criminal law, which states that the fact check result defame the honor of our party. So that's why I was charged against the civil and criminal. Of course, it all turned out to be innocent. But this kind of political pressure is one of the most representative cases of the undermining the role of fact check. SNU fact check made regulation, and the number one regulation and principle was made out of the consensus of the press is that we have to uphold impartiality, but we've continued to face attacks even while upholding impartiality. And these attacks further led to Naver, which provided financing. And Naver failed to stand against the outside attacks. In 2023, it discontinued the financial support. And after 1 year of operation, from August 2024, the SNU fact check started to be suspended. And FactCheckNet was also dissolved because FactCheckNet got support from the government budget through Korea Community Media Foundation, which means that it saw the shrinking budget, and then as a result, FactCheckNet was dissolved as well. So as of now, just a couple of press is doing fact check, and Naver aggregates the role of the fact check, and there is no collaborative platform as such. Korea, just only a handful of press is doing fact checks, but as the director Anti-Drop in Holland said that there is a code of principles, the IFCN, but only those companies who are upholding the code of principles can be as signatories. But there is only one media, JTBC, and Dambi News is independent media run by Semyeong University, and Dambi News aims to become a new signatory of IFCN's Code of Principles, which means that it's not just important to saying that we are doing fact check, but what is more important is that we have to abide by the Code of the Principles for fact checking, which is insufficient in Korea. As of 2025, in fact, I believe fact-checking ecosystem has collapsed. And this has been due to the attacks. This is very quite irony until the ongoing war against disinformation done by both conservative and progressive party. Then what would be the possibilities for rebuilding the fact-checking ecosystem in Korea? Well, first, the need for rebuilding this fact-checking and why fact-checks matters. The containing disinformation is important through many measures. It can be legal regulations and or technological auto fact-checking using AI. So technological countermeasure is another way. So let's look into this kind of possible countermeasures. Since 2017, there has been many laws against countering fake news, like couples or dozens of acts was drafted, but the laws was not enacted. And I think it's quite fortunate because these kind of acts always infringes the right of freedom and right of speech, which is given by the Constitution. So the highly advanced nation does not approach the fake news and disinformation by taking legal or administration regulation that might undermine privacy and basic right of freedom. And the Democratic Party has proposed the revision on networking acts in October, and the relative committee is now deliberating the draft. And just yesterday afternoon, the key academia, the Korea Press Association, held a emergent discussion on the revision of the network law. And 7 panelists, 2 presenters, and all the participants argued for the abolishment of revision, or they suggested that the law should not be passed as it presented as a revision because it will infringe or violate the basic right of the freedom. With the law, it tends to counter the disinformation. And we all agree that countering disinformation is important, and to live in a safe digital information ecosystem is a key. But at the same time, what about the freedom of speech and the freedom of expression? Is it okay to contain those rights? But I think not many people will agree that those our fundamental rights can be undermined. So it's a very difficult issue. So local and administration regulation is not enough. And what about AI? AI is omnipotent. I think the LLM, I think you all understand about LLM, large language model. It's just basically language model. AI, when we input prompt and it can give the correct answer, so we might think that AI also thinks in a human way. But AI does not do verification as the human fact checkers do. It just presents a probability-based answers. So AI cannot determine whether the answer that it presents is right or wrong. So we can use it as a supporting tool, but never ever final judgment should be made under human oversight. EU AI Act prescribes this principle. Against this spectrum, what should be the role of the media? The media should take its due role, but the media is really suffering and attacking, and it also seeing eroding trust against media due to the political tensions. And in Korea, the Porter ecosystem and the media has to release lots of information in a short period of time to gain many hits to lead to the profits. And fact-checking function must be strengthened because many people criticize that not enough fact-checking. So the media should check the facts, and I think the current media is not enough for doing its job. So we need to rebuild the fact-check ecosystem. And Korea's fact-check ecosystem has disrupted, and I think no one can say that we don't have to restore the ecosystem of fact-check because it is not aligned with the global trends. We have to do the rebuilding, but I think we need to build independent governance first. Independent governance should be established, and we have to have a structure resilient to external pressure, and the secure funding is essential. And fact check is quite expensive content. Why is it? Because it takes a lot of time, a lot of people to check the facts. To the media, if it has very difficulties in the management, that the media are not willing to do the fact checking. The fact checking is a public goods, and not many companies are opening up their wallets. So the arm's length principle should be kept. And of course, we need to build a sustainable infrastructure. And the structure of the independent governors, I think the direct intervention by the government is risky. The democratic parties, the Article 43(8) said that they need to establish a transparency center under KMCC to support fact-checking groups. And this kind of article is included in the revised draft of the Network Act. You might think that maybe it's difficult to do the fact-checking, and isn't it a good thing that the government will support it? But it's not that simple. If the government support, and which government should the government support? Well, in Korea, Kyoto principles, and there is just only one signatory, JTBC of Korea, that abides by the IFCN's Code of Principles. So what kind of rules should be abide by? And without this clear guidelines, and if the government is to support the fact-checking, then it will be depend on the political ideology. Maybe the Progressive Party will support pro-Progressive Party, while Conservative Party will support pro-Conservative Party organisms. I know it's not easy to take in, but the Korea Community Media Foundation's, the fact-check net was dissolved, but the KMCC requested for the survey because after the change of the government, getting the government budget, well, the Bobiong mentioned that the prerequisite is to safeguarding the independence, and getting the support from the government might hinder the ensuring the independence. Then the media, academia, and civil society should work together. And within this governance, how to make sure that the independent government's resilient from external political pressure, and to sustain it, there should be a need for contribution of platform companies to support the ecosystems, in my perspective. The responsibilities of platform is not just about the financial support and not just about transparency, but it should raise the credibility signals and algorithms and enhance visibility in algorithm-wide matters. This trust-based exposure structure should release the information on public institutions, stable exposure of credible media, and encouraging intuitive citizen access. And this kind of core access of the structure is needed. It's very important. And information integrity, and this is a technological aim to attain. We have been talking about countering disinformation or rooting out the fake news. We have heard this kind of phrases that we have to eliminate and root out fake news. But fake news has been with us since the very beginning of human history. But within the different ecosystem, it was different in the past. So it is more of how to approach the fake news issue. And when dealing with fake news, how to protect our freedom of speech and freedom of expression. So worldwide fact checkers are saying that fact checking is not about you are wrong or wrong. Rather, it should ultimately keep information integrity in the end. And so within this framework, I believe information integrity should move beyond from technological aim into democratic goals, and also the aligned newsroom practices, media literacy, and platform policies. Just one thing to add on within my presentation is fact check and the age of Gen AI. The core principles emphasized in AI ethics is transparency and explainability. Transparency means that the outputs produced by AI must clearly disclose that they were generated by AI. All news and all the media are clearly disclosing the content which was generated by AI, which is included in the AI Act. Well, it might hamper the growth of the industry, so some say that they should keep this from the AI Act, but AI should be transparent. But I think what's more important is explainability. So how the results came from the prompt, then from what process, and it is not explainable, and this is so-called black box issue is one of the key problem. The transparency and explainability emphasized in AI ethics, in fact-checking journalism. The code of the journalism and transparency methodology, transparency of financing, and transparency of the agents fact-checking are strictly needed. And how we have to be able to explain the process of giving the results of the fact-checking. And these transparency and explainability are emphasized in AI ethics. So in the era of generative AI, it's not just about deepfake, but if you download the face swap, just within a couple of seconds, but just right away, your face will be changed by using the face swap app. So making the disinformation is that easy, and we don't necessarily have to think that it's disinformation. It's just a fun thing. So it's very technologically advanced. So we need to strengthen fact-checking. But do you think human will be capable of doing the fact-checking in the era of generative AI? And against this spectrum, what is the role of the human oversight? What should be the target of the human oversight? As Director Angie mentioned, the Full Fact and other institutions are using the fact-checking tools to enhance the promptness and expand the scope of the target. But I believe the target, the results should be verified by the human checker. So, and AI fact-checking or automated fact-checking is is based on the data set trained by the human fact checkers. So the data set done by the good quality the human fact checker is still valid. And I need to talk more about this with Director Angie. And the newsroom should be redesigned. And the process of fact checking, and when we do this fact checking, should not be limited in the space of newsroom, but maybe we have to involve the other private players who were former newsroom players. But nonetheless, the prerequisite should be that the newsroom should be operated in a sound manner. So rather than having a breaking news-oriented newsroom culture or ambiguous source and just writing down the article should be overcome. Because AI will excel and just copying and pasting and copying the just on random text, it can be more done better by AI. So what we need is the more in-depth report and more thorough fact-checking and training on AI verification tools. These kind of things should be reinforced. And there's I think some of you have already heard of the term C2PA. The tech companies around the world, New York Times and CNN, are fighting against disinformation, and credible sources should be verified and generated through technological guideline, and this is C2PA. And for credible sources, they label them as content credible. So in the era of AI, I think it's very important to identify what is wrong and what is true. And this fact-checking centrality will further grow. So to sum up, the ecosystem has disrupted, but I think the always crisis is an opportunity in disguise. To rebuild the ecosystem, we need to build an independent infrastructure. I know it's a difficult job, but the fact-checking infrastructure should be independent, and what should be the overarching norms for guiding the such infrastructure? I think information integrity should be the overarching guiding role. And the platform should be the very important player in the structure. And by doing so, we should be able to establish a multi-layered and plural environment where different multi-stakeholders can participate in. And I expect to see that. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Through the presentations of professors and Director General, we were able to hear about the fact check information. And recovering information integrity is the key. That's the key idea of Professor Jang's presentation. And based on the presentations that we just had, Director Holland and Professor Jang will have a discussion together. So if you have any questions to Director Holland or Professor Jang, please feel free to ask through QR code. Director Holland, who is working at the IFCN, and Professor Jang, let's invite them. Let's invite Professor Jang to the stage, and let's invite Professor Holland via online. Director Holland.
So we would like to begin the dialogue. I'd like to hand off the microphone to our moderator. 그러면 지금부터 정은영 교수님께 마이크를 좀 넘겨드리도록.
And now we will hand over the mic to the Professor Jang. And Professor Jang will be the moderator. And we're looking forward to hear about in-depth discussion between you two.
How are you?
Hello. Thank you so much for having me.
네, 제가 잠깐 소개를 드리겠습니다.
Let me briefly introduce Professor Holland.
Yes.
네, 우리로 치면 추석인데요. 추석 밤에 지금 이슈에서 저희하고 연결을 하고 있습니다.
Director Holland is participating this event even though it's Thanksgiving night at their timeline, and she went to a conference in Malaysia just before, so I mean, she just had to visit Malaysia, so she was not able to participate a Korea conference. And in the US, you have to have dinner with your family with turkey on your table, but she's still here, so let's give her a big round of applause for her dedication.
From now on, I will speak Korean, and please understand the delay due to translation. 네, NG하고 얘기를 했고 저희가 질문을 지금 저희 한국의 어렵다는 말씀드렸는데.
I told you that fact-check ecosystem in Korea is in difficult situation, and Angie also said the world is suffering with fact-check environment. Meta owns Meta and Facebook, and starting from 2016, they had started third-party fact-checking, and they are using IFCN causable principle compliance companies. I mean, fact-checkers will check the disinformation on Facebook or other online SNS, and they were provided with cooperation with other companies that can do that job. But this year, Mark Zuckerberg had made an announcement that he will stop the fact-check cooperation because of the political reason, because President Trump didn't like fact-checker system, and Zuckerberg said that there was too much censoring, and through that we are in the middle of heading to the information integrity, but fact checkers are attacked politically, and they are no longer supported because of political reasons. So they're in a very difficult situation. That's the current situation. And I want to talk about this with Angie, which is, do you think fact checkers can follow the speed of AI? And why do we still need a human fact checker in the era of AI? And when we had a global fact in Rio de Janeiro, and we were talking about AI fact checkers, and also code of principle is also under amendment for this AI item. So I would like to know about Angie's opinion.
Thank you. And thank you so much for having me. I hope you can hear me okay. Let's talk about artificial intelligence, because it's something that has really come to dominate the information ecosystem. And I think it's important that we be specific. What is changing so many things are these large language models, these chatbots that are becoming universal among some parts of the public. They go to chatbots, they treat them like search engines, and they look for information that they're seeking. The problem with these large language models are that they are not grounded in accuracy. Their structure is to guess the next word. And because of that basic design, they're prone to factual errors. So I think this is going to be an ongoing issue with any sort of AI that is based on a large language model. Yes, sometimes they will seem accurate, sometimes they will answer questions well. But if they can't answer a question, it is very rare that they would say they don't know. They will give some sort of answer, even if it's wrong. I think people who work in fields with high levels of accuracy understand this right now. In the United States, we've seen different professions get into trouble when they use large language models. I'm thinking of there have been cases of attorneys who have filed legal filings generated by AI with false citations. That is sort of a typical problem. I think certainly all the fact checkers understand that AI alone is not a reliable source. Now, one of the things that I love about the fact checking field is that fact checkers tend to be fairly sophisticated when it comes to information dynamics on the internet. We've been working with internet fact checking for well over a decade now. So I think fact checkers are well positioned to understand these large language models and when they are going to put forward falsehoods, why they put forward falsehoods, and to intervene there. When I speak about AI ethics, that is the standards and practices journalists use for AI, it's incredibly important to have humans in the loop. We call it humans in the loop. That means humans are involved in the process. Journalists cannot just let AI engines go unsupervised and put out information because of the accuracy problems. Now, in my presentation, I talked about how fact checkers are using these AI tools to help speed their work, but they're not doing it without that human supervision that I mentioned. So I do think fact checkers have the background and the skills to help in this environment if they are able to sustain themselves.
Thank you very much. Like I said, you have emphasized the human oversight and accuracy. When we had a conference in Rio, we met Andrew Dudfield, and he said, when fact checkers check facts, they do not just wake up and, oh, today I should fact check. They don't make decision like that. They have to think if this is really valuable. So they have to have verification, and they have a long process of validation and reasoning. So he said we need to have a structured language so that AI can go through the same process a human fact checker will deal with. And let's move on to the second question. This is a concern of fact checkers around the world, including Angie and me. And can we make a financially stable governance? And before that, we need to have a political independence. And that should be prerequisite. I mean, if this is profitable, I mean, when we see that this is not profitable, I mean, this is not a clickbait article, how can we still make it live? Because platform companies, they rely on clicks and profits. So they need to support the fact checkers, but they still cannot intervene in that process. Like I said, Meta and Google used to support this, but they're not anymore. And Angie said platform accountability gap. And she also said companies are only focused on more engagements. And how can we get supports from those platforms and then also simultaneously monitor and supervise their activities? What is your idea, Angie?
This is a huge challenge for media and news information all over the world. And I don't necessarily think there is just one right answer. There are probably many different answers that different countries and different societies will arrive at. It's important to remember that first, there is a business model problem. The big tech companies, Google and Meta, disrupted the advertising ecosystem that news organizations relied on. They relied on advertising to support their activities. I don't think anyone would say that there hasn't been this disruption. Google and Meta are now receiving advertising revenue that newspapers and TV stations once received. And this problem predates artificial intelligence. So the business model needs to be addressed. I think some of the other speakers at this conference may have even more to say on this. So how do we fund high quality information in an information environment that rewards attention? We are seeing experiments around the world, different governments experimenting with different ways to regulate tech companies. Some of them are simply putting into regulations that tech companies should work with fact checkers. That is in Europe. In other places, we have seen taxes on tech companies with the revenue diverted by the government to support journalism. I think in other places, we may see taxes on advertising, not on the tech companies, on advertising. This is a very difficult question, and it is something where I think we are just starting as societies around the world to find our way toward a solution. I don't think there is one solution yet that can be pointed to. And as I said, there may never be one solution. It may be a country by country approach or a region by region approach. You're quite right that fact checkers need to find funding that preserves their independence in their truth-seeking efforts. We don't want to ever be in a situation where funders can dictate how we fact check or what our findings are. And that's another issue that makes it very problematic. I think, though, that there, as I said in my presentation, there's a lot of support from the public to hold tech platforms accountable. Now, I'm not saying that the public supports a particular type of regulation or a particular type of tax system, but the public does want to see these platforms have good information practices. And I think when the public is engaged in these issues, we see elected officials start to consider what the options are as far as a public policy response, whether that is regulation or public encouragement of the tech companies to take responsibility, or sometimes it's threats behind closed doors that they need to make sure that there's not bad information on their platform. And just one thing to add is that we are talking about information that has the potential to cause real world harms. In the United States, there's a lot of talk of censorship, but I think we're not talking about political censorship. We're talking about controlling information that can really hurt people. It can steal their money. It can confuse them. It can make them believe lies. When the information is harmful, I don't think societies have ever let that proceed without some sort of attempts to slow down harmful information. I think that's a fair and reasonable response.
네.
Yes, the director Angie mentioned that I think these kind of things has been raised awareness in Korea, but these days online scam is a huge concern these days. I think Harvard Business Review said that in Financial Times, chief economist in disguise, this was a in disguise and phishing, and this kind of platform said that it took a lot of time, said that it's not me, and please remove from the post from the platform. So how to respond to these so-called harmful information? I think the legal response is not enough. Rather, the fact checker should check the facts, which leads up to the. You also mentioned that there is no single answer. So I think I'd like to ask for you regarding the whole of a society framework, which is quite valid. This whole of society approach, the governments should have some legal framework for enhance the responsibility or invest in media literacy, while platforms can redesign its products and business models so that we can live in a very safe information ecosystem. Who should take the lead in this holistic approach? And you mentioned the lead of the citizens, but I want to ask you regarding the approach to the whole of society where multi-stakeholders involved, which I believe is quite important. Where should we start? What should be the driving key force for this whole of society approach?
I think at the current moment, it is reasonable to look to democratically elected governments to take the lead. And the reason I say this is because I think that journalism has done a lot to report about these platforms and to, in the case of fact checkers, to fact check the content. I'm not sure what more journalists can do at the current moment to improve things. We've worked with the platforms to have programs. Certain news organizations have covered them aggressively in the public interest. That is very positive. But these platforms are some of the hugest corporations in the United States, arguably the world. They are acting as if they're completely unencumbered from any sort of limits on their behavior. Their main goal seems to beat each other in these technology competitions as they go forward trying to advance their AI models. And I think at that point, it's only logical to say that government needs to step in for the benefit of the public and the benefit of consumers, people who could be harmed by these frauds and scams, and for the benefit of democracy. We certainly see a lot of disinformation targeted at elections. And for democratically elected governments or democracy, that is quite existential. So I think governments are taking the lead right now. I think it's fair for them to take the lead. I think they need to weigh a lot of different concerns across society. There are concerns with freedom of expression, and some of those concerns are legitimate. Some of them are not. Some of the concerns are purely political. But we want an online information system where people can freely exchange information and also have easy access to high quality information. Right now, I think there's a widespread feeling among the public that when they go on these platforms, they don't know if what they're seeing is true or not. That is not a healthy dynamic for any society.
Thank you for your answer. I spend all the allocated time for me, but if you among this floor, if you want to ask question because I cannot return home without asking a question, then I'd like to open the floor for a question. But I see none. So this concludes my dialogue with Director NG. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Through the dialogues, the two shared a very insightful information. Korea and international community faces the challenges regarding the fact-checking ecosystem and the detailed strategies for enhancing information integrity. Thank you once again for Professor Tong Eun-yeon and Director. And after the lunch, we will resume the afternoon session. We will have about 90 minutes lunch break, and then we will resume the afternoon session from 2 o'clock. So enjoy your lunch, and there is some snacks and drinks and sandwich and refreshments are prepared. So if you want to save your time, so just please feel free to enjoy the sandwich. The second session will begin at 2, so please return to the venue and enjoy your lunch. Thank you.
May I have your attention, please? The afternoon program of the 2025 International Conference on Countering Disinformation will begin shortly. We were supposed to start at 2 o'clock, but since the guests are not here right now, so we will wait for a few minutes. And please put your cell phones on vibration mode. Please check your devices once again.
점심시간 편히 보내셨습니까?
Have you enjoyed your lunch? We will start the afternoon session now.
마찬가지로 저희 QR코드 스캔하셔서 혹시
Please scan your QR code, and if you have any questions, please feel free to ask through the QR code. Now let's move on to the second session of today's conference.
얘기 나누는 시간입니다. AI 시대에
The second session will be about enhancing transparency, accountability, and online platforms. And as online platforms gain greater influence in the AI era, this session will examine how platform policies, algorithm, and accountability framework affect. And the second presenter is Ms. Kelly Mudford of the Australian Communication and Media Authority, ACMA. And Ms. Mudford is a leading expert who spearheaded the development of Australia's Disinformation and Misinformation Code of Practice and its platform self-regulation framework. And please welcome her with big hands.
We'd like to invite Ms. Kelly Mudford from ACMA to the podium.
Firstly, thank you very much for that kind invitation. It's very exciting to see everybody and to be invited here to talk at this really important international conference. I'd like to start by extending my thanks to the Korean Media and Communications Commission as well as the Korean Media Foundation for inviting me to talk about Australia's self-regulatory approach to mis and disinformation. But before I start, I might just give a bit of a background about the organisation I work for, the Australian Communications and Media Authority, or as we call it, the ACMA. So, like the Korean Media and Communications Commission, we cover some of the same areas, but we also have quite a larger regulatory remit. So we regulate broadcasting, radio communications, telecommunications in Australia. We are also the country's spectrum manager. So we've got quite a vast variety of regulatory functions. We are an independent statutory authority, which is established by our own Act of Australian Parliament. And our regulatory decisions are made by a board of up to 3 to 9 members, including a chair and a deputy chair. They are appointed by the Australian government, but there are very limited areas of which the government and the relevant minister of the day can direct our operations. So I thought I might start providing a bit of background around what digital platforms look like in Australia before I go on to our approach. Because like Korea, we traditionally have been very early adopters of technology, and we have also been high users of digital platforms. So on the screen is some research which actually released on Monday, so it's quite relevant in relation to digital platforms usage in Australia. So 99% of Australian adults reported to us that they'd used a communications or social media app in the first 6 months of 2025. And most users used an average of 5.5 platforms. So I think this becomes quite important when we talk about our global and response to the issue. The biggest and most widely used app in Australia is Facebook, followed by, on the graph I can see here, it's YouTube, Facebook Messenger, WhatsApp, Instagram, and TikTok, which is actually growing in use in Australia. All of these are international platforms, so unlike neighbouring Korea, we only have international platforms. At the same time, Australians are also telling us they're regularly encountering misinformation. So 72% of Australian adults told us in the first 6 months of 2025 that they had encountered misinformation on a digital platform. And Facebook was first, followed by X in terms of encounters with that content. At the same time, Australians are reportedly the most concerned about misinformation globally. So there is an annual digital news report study that looks at 42 countries. South Korea is one of them. We have reported to be the most concerned about misinformation at 72%, followed by Korea at number 25 out of 42 at, I think it's 52%. Similar types of platforms are also reported in that survey that Australians are encountered and concerned about misinformation on Facebook, TikTok and Instagram. So I might go into sort of how our journey and how we ended up with a code of practice. So turning our minds back to 2019, which seems like quite long ago now, our competition and consumer regulator completed a major review into the business models of digital platforms in Australia. And that review made a range of recommendations about the impacts of these services on the communications and media sector. Like some of our colleagues were talking about this morning, it found that traditional media businesses were struggling to remain commercially viable, particularly when Google and Facebook had substantial market power in the advertising market. It also found that Australians were increasingly using these digital platform services, and they were becoming increasingly important in terms of the supply, consumption, choice and quality of Australian news and journalism. So while these were important developments and benefits to Australians, there were some emerging harms that the inquiry found required further attention. So out of that review, the then Conservative government agreed a range of actions. One was developing a code of practice to address the commercial imbalance between platforms and news businesses. So this required Google and Facebook to make deals with independent news businesses in Australia for the use and distribution of news on their platforms. This is known as the News Media Bargaining Code. There was funding made available from the government to regional news businesses to support the distribution of local news, which is very important in Australia given it is quite a substantial landmass and there are smaller populations all across the different states and territories. And they also asked industry to develop a code on disinformation and news quality. And as part of that recommendation, they asked the ACMA, as the media regulator, who had experience looking at these issues on television and radio, to oversee that code and to report back to government when it was complete. We were also asked to look at the time at the voluntary EU code on disinformation, which was really sort of the only self-regulatory instrument out there as well, and that code and its contents should inform our code's development. So at this time in Australia, self-regulation was very new for the digital platforms. And I should say, when I talk about self-regulation, I talk about a code that is developed by multiple industry parties, so not the rules that a one individual platform sets for themselves. And they didn't really have a lot of experience working together in developing this type of code. So this would become the first code of practice that the digital platforms developed in Australia and has turned out to be a model for other cross-industry codes going forward. So while the industry was relatively new, as the regulator, we decided that we should give them some public guidance about what we thought should be in the code. So we released this document, which we called a position paper, which had quite detailed guidance on what we thought the scope, the design and the administration of the code should look like. And that really provided, I guess, the operating environment and the guardrails that we thought should be in that code. So there is a few things I'll probably just highlight out of that paper because I think that's quite important going forward. So we suggested that the code cover both disinformation and misinformation. So there was a lot of discussion at the time around disinformation, but as a consumer-focused regulator, most people accessing the content have no understanding about the intention behind the post. It's actually about the harm that is causing the individual or the broader society. So we thought the code should cover both. We also thought it was really quite important because covering both opened the code up to a wide range of different initiatives that could be captured by it. So everything from taking down fake accounts and content at the hard end of, and more direct interventions, all the way through to media literacy, supporting fact-checking and labelling and credibility signalling. So we thought it gave a wider range of initiatives and protections for Australians. We also were quite clear that we thought the code should cover both public and semi-public content. So content that was in closed groups of very large numbers of individuals. I'm talking thousands of individuals on Facebook pages. We thought that was really important because the level of harm was quite, a lot higher in those sorts of groups. And we also were very clear that we thought that the harm limb about mis and disinformation was very important for a protection of freedom of expression and freedom of speech. And freedom of expression has been very important and is a guiding principle of the code and something we stressed in the paper. We also very much stressed that we thought they should develop a single code. So when we talk about digital platforms, we're talking in Australia everything from Google search through to YouTube, through to social media platforms. So we wanted them all to come under the same document and regulatory instrument because we knew that Australians were using all these platforms and we thought that it would provide a minimum and more consistent experience. So I might go to the other thing that really developed the code at the time. So three kind of narratives that also informed its development. So first up, we had quite catastrophic bushfires in the summer of 2019, 2020, saw unbelievable damage. And this was an image that circulated on social media but around the world, which was factually inaccurate. The whole country is on fire, Australia is burning. At the time, it was only down the right side of the coastal of the country, and there was a lot of misinformation circulating around the bushfires, that they were deliberately lit. One conspiracy theory was that they were deliberately lit to create room for a train line between Melbourne and Sydney. So there was a lot of concern and spreading of misinformation just because people were panicked in their environment. Obviously, the coronavirus pandemic was also, we were living in that time. And finally, 5G and EME misinformation was quite substantial at that point in time. Thankfully, it's died off a bit. But as the communications regulator who dealt with a lot of complaints around electromagnetic emissions, it was an area we were quite focused on. So the code in practice. So the code was released in February 2021, and it was developed by the industry group in Australia called Digi, and they continue to be the code's administrator. So the code is an outcomes-based regulatory approach. So it requires platforms to sign up to 2 mandatory commitments and then can opt in to a range of other commitments based on their products and their services. So under the code, it covers both mis and disinformation, Misinformation is content that is verifiably false, misleading or deceptive, that is spread not intentionally, which causes harm. Disinformation, likewise, is the same definition around it being a content that is verifiably false, misleading or deceptive, but that is spread either via inauthentic behaviours, so things like bots and spam, or is spread with the intention to cause harm. So it's quite a flexible instrument. It currently has 8 signatories, and they're listed on the bottom there: Adobe, Apple, Google, Meta, Microsoft, Redbubble, which I'm not sure is a platform in Korea, which is a store for user-generated content for printing of T-shirts, hats, all sorts of different arts and crafts, TikTok, and Twitch. So I won't go too deeply into the code, but its objectives and examples of its measures are outlined in the slide. Most of the safeguards sit under the mandatory outcome 1, which is quite general about providing safeguards against harm. So these that may arise from mis and disinformation. So these are a lot of the main policies, the enforcement of those policies by platforms, publicising those policies, as well as other initiatives around reporting content. There is also a new outcome under that Objective 1 around recommendation systems and making sure that platforms provide information about how their algorithms and recommendation systems to users so they know how they work. The other 2 to 6 outcomes really go to some of the other things that were discussed today. It's talking about making sure that consumers are empowered to make better choices around digital platforms, ensuring that platforms put in place measures to disrupt advertising, particularly advertising that contains mis and disinformation. So really getting to that demonetisation element. And there's also an outcome around awareness of the source of political advertising. So at the time, we were very upfront that we thought, like they were in electoral advertisements handed out in letterboxes and on television, there needed to be some awareness about the source of that advertising and who was paying for it. The other thing I just thought I would highlight here is, unlike some of the other arrangements around and self-regulatory arrangements, this is very much only about digital platforms. So it has only digital platforms can sign up, and it has quite a broad definition of platforms. So that enables quite a broad church of different technology companies to sign up. And the fact that the code and its outcomes are quite broad-ranging, it has allowed innovative techniques and programs to come underneath it. So platforms are required to publish a report every year. It's provided to Digi, who's the code signatory, and then they are published. And that outlines how they are progressing to meet these objectives over time. And the last set of reports were released in May this year. So Digi, as the code administrative body, has set up an arrangement and a governance arrangement for running the code. One element of that is actually a complaints mechanism. So people and stakeholders who are concerned that a platform hasn't met its requirements can lodge a complaint through that complaints mechanism. That complaint is first referred to a digital platform, and then if there are concerns with how that has been handled or it remains outstanding, they can take their complaint to an independent subcommittee, which in the details of those members are on the Digi website. It doesn't accept complaints about individual pieces of content or platforms, products or services. It's very much around a looking at their systems and processes, so what we call systemic issues. In the second year of the code, they also established an independent reviewer. So the function of the independent reviewer is to fact check the annual reports and attest that signatories have met their requirements under the code. The independent reviewer then publishes a public report in a Digi's annual report, so people can actually have some level of transparency and visibility about the independent checks in place through the government system. So I guess that comes to, well, what does the ACMA do in this self-regulatory scheme? So we don't actually have a formal regulatory role in relation to mis and disinformation. So we don't handle individual complaints or take compliance or enforcement action as a normal regulator with a regulatory role will do. So the oversight role that we have looks at examining the signatories' reports, how they are handling consumer complaints, encouraging more platforms to sign up to the code, and annually reporting to the Australian Government on the code's effectiveness and the need for further action. So we've released 4 reports now. Our latest came in September 2025, and each year we are trying to sort of improve the visibility about the information that we get and the performance of platforms over the years as the code develops. So achievements and challenges. So what has the code achieved so far? So I think actually having a single code and continuing in the current environment actually is something that should be noted. And I think the fact that the code has continued to improve as technology has changed is something that's very, very important. We also now have 4 sets of data, so we can start to track over time the differences about how the platforms are actually undertaking some of their systems and processes. The graph on the slide is some of the latest numbers that we have around content removals for misinformation and disinformation across several of the platforms. So we can start to see trends, and we're encouraging the platforms to provide us some more contextual commentary so we know why. And I think this is really important because it actually provides better transparency, not only to the public, but more information to policymakers and to civil society about what is actually happening in Australia. The code has also allowed some of the signatories to introduce specific initiatives for Australia. So, for example, when the code first started, Meta extended its policy for social issues advertising to Australia, which it had not done before, and it attributed that as a commitment under the code. So moving on to challenges. The first one, I think, is not all major digital platforms are signed up to the code. So we have encouraged some of the larger platforms like Reddit and Snap to sign up to the code, and despite a number of conversations, that hasn't come to pass. The second is that X was an original signatory but was actually removed from the code in November 2023 by the Independent Complaints Committee for breaching the code. So that is one of its challenges. The second is we consider the reporting framework from the code needs to be improved. So while there has been some incremental changes over time, we're getting more Australian data. We consider there needs to be a more standardised approach with signatories providing more Australian-specific trended data over time and contextual commentary about key performance indicators that they set themselves, but then also a set of metrics across some services and business models about how the code is tracking over time. This is one of probably the most complex issues with the code. We know from our European counterparts and other regulators that reporting and data is a very, very hard issue. But I think it is one of the most important to provide transparency for our citizens about how the platforms are actually managing the issue on the service. And we have done some quite detailed work in this area to try and help industry develop some of these metrics and report them over time. And I think in terms of an international issue, it is very important because we're all using these services, and we are looking to other jurisdictions, given the platforms have to establish reporting systems to meet these requirements. If they can provide them to one jurisdiction, why can't they provide them to us? So we think collaborative work in this area is really important. The other thing that is really tricky to unpack is there have been low level of complaints under the code, and that doesn't reflect our reported research. So how to actually unpack why people aren't necessarily reporting content, complaining about content, the platform systems, when there are numerous pieces of research that reflect Australians' level of concern, is a really an issue that we continue to look at. And then finally, and this is something that was really discussed in detail in the last panel, was around the evolving nature of the problem and how AI both is a hindrance and a help. So it can allow content to be moderated at scale, but at the same time, it then can allow content to be amplified at scale. So there are signs in both directions, and the platforms under our latest report have reported a range of new initiatives to try and label and provide content provenance on some of their systems, which is a really positive development. So looking ahead, so the code is currently in the middle of its second review, so it's continuing to evolve, and that comes after the Australian government decided to legislate powers around mis and disinformation, and that was withdrawn from the Australian Parliament around this time last year. So the review of the code really is a new examination about what platforms are doing in the self-regulatory framework. The consultation on that has just closed a week or so ago, so we expect that there will be some news about improvements and developments with the code in the new year. Some of the things that were highlighted as part of that review include whether the existing scope should continue to include misinformation, whether the code should be expanded to include other players, or what role it can play in a broader ecosystem, as well as enhancements to reporting, code governance and administrative arrangements. At the same time, with our other broadcasting hat on, we are looking at code reviews in our television and radio industries more broadly at the moment, and some of the things we are looking at is how we can try and get broadcasters to commit to obligations around not amplifying mis and disinformation from social media and taking care, because we are seeing, we've had some limited instances where content has jumped, not necessarily jumped platforms, but jumped systems into television broadcasting and news, which has had other consequences, particularly on some individuals. And finally, we have started the development of our first national media literacy strategy. So that was announced last year, and it's being led by our portfolio department. And I think this is one area I'm really excited to learn more about what is happening here in Korea, because I think there's a lot we can learn in that space. So we expect that will start to be rolled out and developed next year. So that is a bit of a snapshot about our self-regulatory code and where we're at. This obviously is one element of Australia's response to mis and disinformation. We have a range of other mechanisms, and if there's time allowed in the dialogue session, I'd like to discuss more. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So we just listened to the presentation by the Calumet 4 regarding the development of code practice on this and misinformation, also to share the Australia's policies. I believe how the Australia's code of practice has been developed and what kind of actual cases are out there to enhance the credibility and responsibilities of platform. I think it will be a great help to those who are working in a similar field. And we are now in the second session of today's conference, and we have Kim Hyun-soo, the Executive Director of the Department of Digital Platform Economy Research from KISTI. So he has been the leading experts in the platform responsibilities, and today's hard presentation will be on the roles and responsibilities of platform to respond to this information. Please welcome her with a big round of applause. Good afternoon. I am Kim Hyun-soo, working in the KISTI. Very nice to meet you all. Well, I have been working for this KISTI for 14 years. And we are also at the Specialized Research Institute on Communication, Telecommunication, and Broadcasting. So that's why whenever I have opportunity to meet with the overseas counterparts, we have in discussion. But looking back, Ofcom of UK or French RCEP, FCC of US and EU and Japan, all the major counterparts that I have met with, but I just listened to the presenter from Australia, and I've never met with the counterparts from Australia, so I think this is all the more meaningful opportunity because today's conference is aimed at how to, I believe that Australia is one of the leading countries in policy responses in enhancing the information integrity. And as the Bobbion answered, the Online Service Act was enacted first in Australia and followed by UK and other countries. So this was a brief background, and also the Modford emphasized their presentation on the actual code of practices. And as from the perspective of platform operators, let me begin my presentation on what kind of roles and responsibilities of the platforms to take. So OECD and the other presenters talked about more broader issues like social resilience and other multi-layered perspective. And then a roundtable, I think we will be able to listen to the opinion from other stakeholders after this session. So let me focus on my presentation on the platform operators, especially just like Australia. If Korea would like to develop code of practice, what kind of policy direction that we should take? I think you are all familiar with this, but this is the status of our country. So with the development of AI and the spirit of the online world, some effects are positive. Of course, the freedom of speech, freedom of expression have expanded. But as the flip side of the coin, the spread of the disinformation and harmful and illegal information have also been widespread. Then how's Korea responding to this? Well, in a nutshell, I think there has been almost no policy response to disinformation and manipulated information. Of course, it might vary depending on the definition of mis and disinformation, but Korea is more focused on defamation or right infringing information as the most of the specific target. The platform operator does not have an obligation to delete it, but the person can request for the platform operators to delete the defaming information. And the disinformation and manipulation information is not dealt with no policy responses. So operators have some autonomy to deal with this issue, but compared to Australia and EU, policy-wide framework is insufficient compared to the other countries and jurisdiction. Then what kind of regulations are there for this and manipulated information? So it can be categorized into infringement of personal legal interest. So for instance, Korea is now more focused on the defamations on criminal acts and maybe the civil act or criminal act, and the people might request for the redemption for the damage. And platform operators, when a person requests for the deletion, but operators are not obliged to delete. And in some cases, they might be charged against the redemption for the damage. But platform operators need to, I think they have some limitations in actively responding to this information and manipulated information. And globally, the mis or disinformation is sometimes defined as a harmful information that have a damage to the society. But in Korea, so under the Public Official Election Act, X is the only jurisdiction. And if the Central Election Management Committee asks for the deletion, then the operators might delete the one. And deepfake is another issue. Deepfake is also under the subject only targeted in election-related law under the Public Officials Election Law. So I think Korea has a very minimum level of legal regulations among OECD members. Of course, operators might have operation policies, and they reveal some results regarding the report of such requests for the deletion of the disinformation, but they do not disclose any statistics. So I think release of the statistics is quite costly. So the operators do not offer the statistics because it's quite burdensome and quite expensive. So we do not have any exact idea of how the platform operators are dealing with this. So for instance, Kakao, they focus on impersonation account or impersonation accounts, and the chats. Many people criticize that if they check the chat's content, that it might be related to the censorship. And YouTube is in line with global standard. It provides statistics on disinformation, and also the Meta has been talked a lot. And I think Meta was one of the standard and leading platform for fact check, but it no longer does it. And maybe in Korea, just false account is the main target of the response to this information without revealing any kind of relevant statistics. When it comes to TikTok, I think unlike people's common sense, TikTok has quite a systemized statistics and policies. So it has statistics on the edited or distorted media and misinformation, misleading content, but it does not provide statistics in accordance with the Korean law, but it offers statistics in line with standard of the global community. Because revealing the statistic is costly, so operators are reluctant to prepare and provide statistics. And we have a participant from X. There has been non-disclosed information up until the first half of 2024, but since then, It offers a global level statistic on the account suspicions and so on. So Korea, I think the policy framework regarding this information is almost none. So that's why the political circle is proposing a draft, and this information issue has been a hot potato since 2017, but without an efficient policy framework, I can say that Korea is not enough for preparation for the countering this disinformation. So let me suggest the policy direction that Korea should take based on the experience and cases of other countries and also the results of implementation. The first, I think we should start by how to defining the definition of disinformation. In the morning session, we talked about the draft by the Democratic Party. It defines that this information might damage to the other's information, more related to defamation. Defame specific politicians or specific individuals. Then how to, which means that the revision mainly targets on defamation, which is quite misaligned with the global standard. And the different response should be used, but it's quite complicated mix. So compared to the overseas cases, I think response and definition is quite complex. So I think the first clear definition comes first, and then clear response should be established. So if we categorize the disinformation, then it might be rights infringing information. And from the perspective of platform operators, there is a right for the victim to ask for the deletion. So the operators try their best to delete the information, but maybe to speed up the deletion and in a fair manner, they need to put more efforts and other drugs or drug and gambling and other kind of information might violate the relevant laws. So I think we have to have another mechanism for a fast and more efficient response. And OECD Australia talk about the disinformation, which is more of harmful information, election, public health, or hatred speech. So it's not more about a targeting against specific individuals, but more harmful information that undermines the public goods of a whole of a society that might hamper the democracy and the decision-making procedure of democratic countries. So which might contradict with the freedom of expression. So it might not be illegal and rights infringing, but it might be harmful. But who will define the information? If the government wants to take the lead, but still the public has a lower trust in both government and in platform operators. So I think we have to better categorize the types of the disinformation first. And in this regard, I think that just give a full autonomy to platform operator is not the right direction, because in Korea, the operators has a greater autonomy, but which I believe is not enough. So I think some just very time-wasting talks on enacting new laws and revising the laws is kept happening. So I think we might take a look at the EU level self-regulation. I think this is the most powerful regulated self-regulation. In the EU, legislation stipulates that the platform operators must assess and mitigate the information. So based on the code of practice, as signatories have to implement this code of practice, but it is not a legally binding one. So maybe just like X, any signatory can take a step back from it. But the government can step in when the voluntary and autonomous operators do not do their job right. And another one is transparency and how much to reveal what kind of actions have been taken. Well, I think we have to verify whether their action is truly effective after revealing the results. So maybe third-party independent verifier might verify their actions, and then based on the result, all the stakeholders can get together to form a social dialogue to check and verify the effectiveness. So just looking into more detailed issues, I think most important one is a spread of this information mainly through YouTube to get some monetization. I think, of course, the political purpose is out there, but the monetization and profitable incentive is another issue. So maybe just cutting the advertisement might be effective in spreading this information, as other countries suggest. So maybe YouTube blocking the ad placement, and if a channel account spreads the misinformation and disinformation, then the ads might be blocked. It might have very strong effect. So I think the platform operators should check this, and then maybe they also can give the information to the advertising companies. So maybe the advertisers might know that where their ads will be placed or not. So the platforms can provide this kind of ineffective information. Regarding the deep fake, there was a huge controversy regarding deepfake last year, and always talks is mixed with deepfake and disinformation. So let me categorize it into. So the deepfake was quite related with the defamation. So for instance, some classmate used the non-agreed personal image by using the deepfake, and recently impersonation is quite a controversial issue. Also, the last one is the disinformation. Hatred speech related disinformation or election related disinformation might be generated by using deepfake. But the first two type of deepfake are dealt with any legal or regulatory frameworks because they are crimes. But this information is not effectively dealt with. Well, the AI Framework Act will make it mandatory to label the AI watermark, but maybe we have to take a step-by-step approach in the future. So labeling AI is imposed to the AI operators, but even after the information is labeled as AI mark, it can still be distributed. So platform operators might have an ability to detect and check the disinformation. And last is the ensuring the transparency and the right of control for users. First is maybe operators should provide the criteria or standard of revealing the information. And then maybe some violence or hatred, provocative speeches might be filtered out. So Ofcom also imposed this kind of obligations, and it turned out to be that 26% of users had tried using control rights because they wanted to cut off any kind of harmful content. And well, this standard was to provide information on the placement of information was actually aimed at preventing content bias. And this was the original aim. But nowadays, people actually use this criteria to filter out any kind of harmful disinformation. And 47% responded that they have never used it because they were mostly satisfied with them. And also, people answered that they don't trust the way the platform operator filter out this information. So if platform operators feel very burdensome to filter out, and we talked about the fact check, so maybe the third-party independent filtering agency's role is needed, but there is almost none in Korea. So we face this kind of challenges in reality. And as I mentioned before, the C2PA standard might be used so that the users can identify the source and authenticity of information. And I think this kind of efforts needs to be undertaken. And lastly, we need to beef up our efforts to improve access to reliable information and context, so that only the content that has a higher index of reliability can be posted and distributed in the digital world. So, as I just mentioned throughout my presentation, this is not a new issue. And I think this fake news and disinformation has been with us since the very beginning of humanity. But so it is not an easy task to immediately handle this issue. But we have listened to the other practices from overseas and other countries, and listening to those precedents is very helpful for me. And holding this kind of international conference to share with us will be very meaningful in reaching a social consensus. This wraps up my presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for sharing various information. Let me thank you once again, Executive Director Kim Yeon-soo. The structural problem of the disinformation and the insufficient policy response in Korea has been dealt with Ms. Kim. An algorithm structure and the designing of the platform should be considered from the very design process. And also, she suggested the future policy direction. Thank you very much for your contribution. And we have listened to each of the presenters. Based on their presentation, we will now move on to the dialogue section. So, the responsibility of the policy and the strengthening information integrity might be dealt with throughout the dialogue. So this dialogue will be moderated by the Professor Lee Hyun-yor from the Korea University Department of Media, and with the two speakers from Manager Kelly Mudport and Executive Director Kim Yeon-soo. So we will now move on to the dialogue session. So please stay with us. And if you have any questions via link, those who are participating in this conference via online. So I hope that we can share international and domestic practices and what would be the ideal direction for us and what kind of policies should be implemented. So as soon as we are ready, let me open up the dialogue session with the moderators and two speakers. I hope that, of course, country situation might be varied, but I hope that we can seek any common direction for us to pursue. And I agree that we have common grounds regarding this. And so maybe we can have an opportunity to narrow down our differences. So let me invite moderator and two speakers.
Now we will start the discussion session. Professor Lee Hyun-yor from Korea University had joined us as a moderator. Hello, I am Lee Hyun-yor from Korea University. Thank you so much for a wonderful presentation. Both of you, we have learned a lot from you. And for 20 minutes, we will have a Q&A. And I have a question for you first. And then we'll get a question from the floor and from the QR code link. And this is a common question for you too. In both countries, including what we saw in part one, it appears that nearly all nations are facing the challenge of disinformation. If I were to pose the same question to both of you, what do you think are the key country-specific considerations and the areas where coordinated international responses are necessary to address this issue? Kelly, please, can you start?
Thank you. I think a lot of the platforms that we have been talking about today operate in the same way, but how they actually impact our different jurisdictions is about the people and the environment we use them in. So in terms of country specific, I think a lot of it has to do with the different levels of media and digital literacy, the availability of authoritative sources and the strength of the media sector, the language, the socioeconomic and cultural factors, as well as the regulatory environment in place. And looking at that and research then allows a specific country to target its resources in the best possible ways. So in areas we're looking to grow, we've got quite strong in terms of cross regulator collaboration, in terms of standing up the task force, for example, around electoral integrity. So we have some strengths, but there are other things like digital literacy we are looking to improve because we have very strong media literacy and digital literacy in schools, but how do you actually extend that to the rest of the population is something we are looking at the moment. In terms of international collaboration, I think forums like this are really important to learn from each other because we've all got different strengths and we can apply things in our context where you are ahead of us and vice versa. And I also think the data and the transparency issue is something that internationally we can cooperate on because we are all dealing with the same platforms, they work the same way, and getting that data allows us to better understand the impact on our societies, but also sort of work together in areas going forward.
Thank you, Kelly. So she said there are huge differences between different countries, and for Australia, they have media literacy education for students, but there are not that much for media literacy education for adults. So she wanted to learn if there's any cases in Korea, and depending on different countries, we can have different kind of collaboration together. And I would like to ask you, Professor Kim.
Well, yeah, thank you. Well, I believe the country-specific difference are there. And then during my presentation, and I was at the National Assembly yesterday, and the National Assembly tries to regulate disinformation and manipulated information, but which are more defaming information. So kind of a category of the disinformation is very complicated and mixed. And there is no policy to address disinformation in Korea. Also, regarding the illegal information, I think we have a clear distinction between the type of disinformation by having a productive discussion. And for the cross-national approaches, I think what is important is regarding the disinformation. I think maybe when we are to implement the regulatory framework against platform operators, and most of the challenges is that from the telecommunications and broadcasting, and now internet, we are having so much broad information asymmetry. So in order to respond to asymmetry, we have to work together with the regulations from the UK, Australia, which have already implemented relevant entities. So we might learn from their try and errors. And I think the operators operate in a very similar way. I think the domestic operators often operate their companies in a very similar way. So I think sharing the information will be a very great break. And we have to set up the regulatory framework. And of course, we have to advance the AI intelligence, but I think we are all raced to the bottom. It is too fierce competition. So we have, in order to have the level the playing field, I think it is important to collect and share the practices and information together. Thank you very much. So basically, the legal and regulatory framework is ambiguous and insufficient, and country to country, maybe it is important to learn from the trial and errors, just like Australia and UK and Korea is now in its preparation stage. So maybe the sharing data information regarding this RAM, and maybe we might have a internationally standardized regulatory framework. And that's what we need to work on. And
I have a question for Kelly. In Australia's case, it seems that the chosen approach is to develop voluntary codes as a mechanism for addressing the issue. What advantages do you think this approach has compared to the regulatory models used in Europe or other regions? And you mentioned X has opted out of the code. Could you explain what response strategies Australia is considering in light of that?
So I think regulation is challenging because it always will be behind. So self-regulation has the advantage, particularly in areas such as this, that it is slightly more flexible for the industry to implement initiatives and policies more in real time, given this is quite a evolving threat. I also think a self-regulatory environment is focused on cooperation, different players coming to the table, sharing data, sharing information, experiences. So when it works well and there is strong collaboration and cooperation within industry, I think it has real advantages. And I think we've seen that with some of the better transparency we've seen around data and Australian-specific data, which is a challenge for every jurisdiction. On the X point, I think it's really important. X, unlike what happened in the EU before it became a formal code, X was expelled from the code, was removed from the code because it effectively, there was a complaint to the Independent Complaints Committee during a referendum to change our constitution. It removed its complaints mechanism about misinformation. Very serious. It went through a process. The independent committee made a decision which was published that they were removed from the code. So that it went through the process, but that shows the limits of self-regulation. Expulsion from the code, what's next?
Were there any disadvantages for X after it was expelled? I mean,
well, I think it's reputationally damaging to be kicked out of the voluntary code in the country. Having said that, there are we still have the same challenges around getting data, getting Australian-specific data, because they aren't in the code framework anymore, and without backup regulation, it's challenging.
Thank you.
And let me ask a question to Executive Director Kim. Well, in Korea, I think we need a more specific legal rearrangement is needed, but I think it's quite opposite approach compared to the Australian case, which emphasizes the autonomy and voluntary efforts. And I think the regulatory is often viewed as the regulation against overseas platform. But if we are to regulate domestic platform, that might be also other criticism about asymmetry regulation. What's your take on this? Well, basically, what I propose is that it's not about the legal regulation, more voluntary regulation, but I think stronger, a common regulation is needed, I believe, which means that in laws, maybe laws might stipulate on the need for the voluntary control, and also the government might regulate those kind of in compliance with this law. And of course, operators might have the autonomy. And just like the code of the practice in Australia, maybe the operators abide by those code practice, then code practices might work as a safe harbor. Of course, just like as the act signed out from the signatory, I know that they do some survey whether to do their some disinformation control or not. It's of course difficult to prove that they are doing their job right. Well, I think regarding this question is a quite short one, but this question is from the online comment, but I think it's on the same line. So let me ask you the question. So among the signatories, the Australia, how many of the companies abide by the 7 of the code of practices, or what are the proportion of it?
Nearly all of them abide by all 7. So the one outcome that most of the platforms do not sign up to, which is the one on political advertising, but many of the platforms in Australia don't actually offer political advertising. So effectively, even though they've opted out, they don't provide it, so it wouldn't be relevant anyway. So we've actually seen quite a strong opt-in arrangement to the outcome. So it's been very positive.
So you said it's very active. So let's move on to one more question and we'll move on to the floor. Please prepare your question in advance and raise your question. And there are many interests for Australia inside the public media. What are the roles of evaluator? And if there is, what kind of role can it take?
So are you talking about the evaluator as the code evaluator?
Inside the regulator, you said media literacy and public media educational institution in that environment.
So I think the code supports a lot of media literacy activities already. We have a very strong online safety or e-safety regulator who does a lot of education around children and issues around what we call illegal but harmful content. But I think it has been recognised that we need better coordination, we need better efforts across the whole population, which is why it has been recommended by external reviews to have a national media literacy strategy, because there are only, there's not unlimited money, so we have to best be able to target our efforts to get the best value and to get the message out to all sorts of the community. And I think it's very challenging how to get this type of information to the elderly, to people who no longer go to school. There used to be, libraries, different seminars. How actually do you get it into people's hands and allow them to digest it in the best possible way with minimising the resources?
As Korea, we have Korea Communication Media Foundation, and we have public education and also media literacy from our foundation. And I hope we can share our advantages with each other. And we will get questions from the floor. If you raise your question, we will give you the microphone.
아까 켈리가 저기 백스테이지에서 한국 사람들이 질문을 많이 하냐고 묻더라고요. 그래서 보통은 그렇게 잘하진 않지만 여기 미디어에 오신 분이라든가 교육하시는 분들이 많이 오셔서 질문이 아주 많을 거라고 제가 말씀을 드렸습니다. 아마 질문이 많으실 거라고 생각을 하고 조금 기다려 보겠습니다. 손을 들어주시면 마이크를 준비하겠습니다. 이 주최 측에서 이렇게 질문하시면
아무도 안 하셔서 그래서 한번 여쭤보겠습니다. 그 코드 오브 프랙티스를 제정을 할 때 거기에 참여했던 그 사업자들이 자발적으로 이렇게 사인을 안 하려고 했을 것 같은데 그때 그 사업자들을 어떻게 독려를 해서 설득을 해서 이 사인을 하게 됐는지 그 경험담을 듣고 싶습니다.
Sorry, the question. Let me give you the question. So, could you share your experience and how did you persuade the operators and voluntarily sign the code of practices? Can you share the Australians' experience?
So, the government actually said to the industry, "We want you to sign up and develop a code," and we have put the regulator in charge to come back in 18 months and report on it. So I think that it was quite powerful in the sense of a lot of these companies are competitors. They rate themselves against each other. So it is one was in, the other came in, the other that came in. So we ended up, when the code was announced, all the major platforms had signed up voluntarily. So then we had the second stage where we had discussions with a wide range of other platforms. Twitch, which is becoming an increasingly important gaming platform in Australia, they have voluntarily signed up later on. So I think having the conversation and actually having the backing from the government and the oversight of the regulator was really important, because our government has a sort of a reputation for leading regulation in this area. So at the time there was the carrot and then there was the stick, that if they didn't sign up, other things could come.
We have just 1 minute. Can you please ask one more question? Since we have only 1 minute left, I know that there are more questions that you want to ask, but we will wrap up the forum discussion here. And once again, let's give a huge round of applause to Ms. Kelly Mudford and Ms. Kim Hyun-ju. Thank you very much. And thank you so much, Professor Lee Hyun-yu from Korea University, for moderating today's session. And Today's dialogue highlighted that despite national regulatory differences, enhancing platform transparency, reforming monetization structure, and establishing independent governance remain common priorities for ensuring information integrity. And once again, thank you so much for your panel discussion. And we will have a short break and resume the session. So no break? Okay, we will have a break. We will take a short break and then we will have a round table session. So please stay with us until the last session. We'll take a short break and resume at 3:40. Thank you. Now we will start the round table session. Participants outside, please come inside and be seated. Thank you so much for joining us and staying till the afternoon. And we also want to say thank you to the online participants. And we will soon start the round table session. And building on the presentations and sessions earlier today, we will take an integrated look at what forms of cooperation are needed in Korean society and how different sectors should share responsibilities to strengthen information integrity. And based on the discussion we have just made, what kind of cooperation structure do we need? And let's take a look at the role that we need to take. And this roundtable will be moderated by Professor Lee Hyun-yu of the School of Media at Korea University. Panelists and moderator, can you please come up to the stage? Let's welcome them with big hands. We will also hear from a panel of experts who present online information environments, platform policy, media trust, fact-checking, and the educational field, each actively engaged in research and practice. And we hope your participation. And now let's start the roundtable session. Professor Lee Hyun-yu will do the introduction.
그렇군요. 네. 저한테 자료가 오진 않았는데.
So we will give you introduction one by one.
일단 각자 소개를 좀 주시면 어떨까요?
Why don't we introduce ourselves?
네.
I think there were some misinformation in between us. Let's introduce ourselves. Hello, I am Cho Sung-eun, a principal researcher at the Korean Information Society Development Institute, KISDI, and I am currently concentrating on AI misinformation. And I am Kim Ga-yeon, executive director at X-Korea.
네, 저는 그
Hello,
SBS에서 그 팩트체크 사실은 코너를 맡고 있는
SBS, and I'm in
박세용
charge
기자라고
of fact check of SBS. Hello, I am teacher from Incheon Sinjung Elementary School, and I'm also an PhD student from Incheon University. And we have an expert from different fields. And let's start the panel discussion. I am Lee Hyun-yu from Korea University, and we have experienced experts gathered in one place. And why don't we share our perspective from your field? And why don't you just talk about what you feel from your situation? Can we start with Dr. Cho here? Hello. Information integrity. And I've tried to redefine information integrity. It is about promoting an environment of information use which is accurate and fair, and it is to make an environment for the users to make a decision based on the right information. And the users need to make a decision based on a various information source. And as we can see from digital platforms, we could see comments. And sometimes we think this is created by AI. And there are some controversies for some comments. And when the source of information is not accurate, then we have to worry about the trustworthy of this information. Now, AI Basic Act has recently added an article about transparency, and in order to make a right decision and in order to distinguish AI generated or AI not generated information, we have to have very important information to make judgment. So I thought it's very important to distinguish both from each other. And also we have discussed about disinformation. This information may infringe rights of other people. And if there is any illegal activities related to that misinformation, it can be leading to a penalty. And we have to make political decisions based on the right information, and that will be the foundation of democracy. And if the environment is created to make us not trust the information, that is a huge issue. So that's my opinion. After we have a comment from other panelists, we will get back to you once again. We used to have pure information, and that had been checked by experts. And now we are in a chaos because there are misinformation related to policies, and we will have a discussion about that. And I think we need a more in-depth discussion about that, and that was your idea.
So let me invite the next panelist, the head of the Government Affairs ex-Korea, and the experts on this issue. The floor is yours. Good afternoon. Well, we have talked a lot about the platforms, and I am here on behalf of my company, but I'd like to share my thoughts. Well, first of all, I think, especially in Korea, there are domestic and overseas platforms. They are quite distinct. And like overseas platforms do not abide by the Korea's regulation, this is a misinformation and misunderstanding. And let me clarify this one. So commonly named like X, Meta, or Google, these large platforms follow the legal and regulatory framework of the local site. So I believe the additional countermeasure is needed for overseas platforms, but we think this is a misunderstanding on this, so I want to correct this misunderstanding. And platforms and the policies regarding, I think the platform do have internal policies on illegal and disinformation. We are carrying out them, and especially disinformation and manipulated information that might cause a huge disruption and infringe the public safety. In this kind of mega scale disinformation, we undertake relevant countermeasures. Those information might be related with deepfake technology. And for those kind of disinformation, if we deem that any kind of information that violate our internal policy, I cannot elaborate further due to the time constraint. But the problem is this disinformation and fake news, and how to determine the truth and the falsehood of information is very difficult, as you all agree. And the operators, I think there are some expectations that operator can determine, but it is more difficult for us to determine whether it's true or false. So the operators cannot for us to determine whether the posted information is false or wrong, we need to have a strong evidence. Those strong evidence is more a report from the users or a report by the law enforcement authorities. So in fact, the general users' active reports and the governments and other authorities, legal or judicial decision really help us to delete or block the disinformation. But just like the expectation that operators can do anything, and I'd like to correct this disillusion. So I think that working together with the operators will help us to root out the disinformation. And I think the government authority has this kind of delusion. But the other issue is the freedom of expression. And freedom of expression is one of the fundamental rights granted to all people in the democratic countries. And if the government intervenes in the freedom of expression, then it is also related to the violation of constitution. So that's why the government asks for the operators, and then under the name of voluntary control, well, we believe that some of the balls are handed over from the government to operators. Then us operators wants to are responding that maybe it might be violated as a censorship. So we ask them, but there is a frame that the overseas platform operators do not domestic laws. So this is a misunderstanding. But platform operators like us, well, from the perspective of operator wants to pursue safe and free platform use environment, which is for the convenience of users and for users to use us in a safe environment will eventually lead to the increase in the users. So it's correlated to the benefits of us. So we do not want illegal and disinformation flooded within our platform, just like manipulated and disinformation as well. So, and then, well, then the government can determine truth or falsehood of this information, even if a society gets mature. But we have neighboring countries like China that censor and try to control media and SNS. Well, I think that those things can happen in democratic countries as well. So I think we need to have a clear definition of disinformation first. And responsibilities on countering the disinformation should not be heavily relied on the operators. So I think the regulation will lead to the elimination of disinformation is not a right direction to pursue.
From the X's perspective, you have shared a lot, and you said as a platform, the platform X is trying different approaches. But platform itself cannot be the one who can make decision about this disinformation because it is a platform, and we are living in a democratic country. So the users also need to follow the rules. And if they are very active with their opinions, then there can be some actions taken. And you said the government cannot play a big role because it is a democratic country. And let's move on to SBS journalist.
박입니다.
Mr. Park.
네, 저는 그 2016년 말 정도 됐던 것 같은데요.
It was at the end of 2016 when I first
지금까지 쭉 해온
worked
것은
as a
아니지만
fact checker.
중간중간에 다른 일도 하면서
did not
4, 5년
continue until
정도
now.
했던 것 같습니다. 그 언론에서
And
보는
I
그 허위
spent about 4
조작정보
or 5 years as a fact
관련해서는
checker.
제가
And
최근에
about
느낀
the
변화만
misinformation and
간단하게
disinformation
말씀을 드리는 게
that I
좋을
see
것
as a
같습니다.
journalist, I will
사실
tell you
팩트
the recent
체크를
trend.
처음 시작했을 때는
When I first
이 내용상의 허위 그리고
started the fact
의도적인
checking,
조작을 찾아내는 게 기자들의
we
사실
had to
일이었습니다.
find
특히
the content. We had to
이
check
팩트
the
체크
content,
코너가
and we have to
지금은 굉장히 많은
see the
언론사들에서 다들
intention
하고
of the
있지만
content. Well, these
처음에는
days,
이 선거
many
때문에 시작이 된 겁니다.
media
선거
companies
운동
are doing
기간에서 나오는
fact check,
그
but
여러
it first
후보들의
started during the
거짓된 정보 그리고
electoral
의도적인 왜곡 정보
campaign,
그런 것들을
because
찾아서
there were some wrong
교정을
information
해주는
about
데서 이제
candidates,
시작을 했고
and we had
그
to check
내용사
facts.
이 내용을 고치는 것이
And we
새로운
had
뉴스다 이렇게 이제 일종의 포장을 한 거죠.
amend
사실 모든
some
언론
of the wrongful
기사가
information.
기본이 팩트 체크긴 합니다만
And
새롭게 포장을 한
Fact
겁니다.
checking is the basic
그런
of all
이제
media,
흐름이 지속되다가
and that
제가 이제
had
최근에 좀
continued for a while.
위협적으로
And
느끼는 것은
recently, I feel
이게
threatened
내용상의 허위 조작이 아니고
because recently,
과거에는 그림이 있으면
I mean, if
사람들이
there's a
믿었습니다.
photo, people believed that
뭔가
that photo is
수해
real.
현장에서 차가 떠다니고
Car
폭풍이 일몰아치고
floating in
이런
a
화면이
flooded
있으면
area.
사람들은
If
그거를
they see
사실로
that
믿었거든요.
photo, they
그래서 저희가
believed
그런
that this is a
화면을
fact.
구해서 이게 팩트다라고 보여주는 게 그런
we
형태의
could show
뉴스도 가능했는데
the audience that this
지금은
is
이제
a
그게 안
fact,
됩니다.
but that
그러니까
is
당장
no longer
저부터도
possible because
그 제가 한 2년 전에
2 years
보도했던
ago,
내용이 그때
I wrote an article
송혜교 씨랑 그 조인성 씨가
about
어떤
Korean
투자를
celebrity,
권유해서 그 영상이 돌아다니면서
women and
사기를 당한
men,
사건이 있었습니다.
and there was
사람들은 그
a
영상을 보고
fraud case
조인성과
related to them,
송혜교가
and people
이런 투자를 권했다는 것을 사실로 믿고
were,
이제 당했던 건데
people
그때만 하더라도
invested
영상이
money
굉장히 좋았겠어요.
because they believed
누가
that
보더라도
fake
이건
video was
딥페이크다.
real.
근데 지금은 안
And it was,
그렇습니다. 보면 정말
it
깜짝
really
놀랄
looked like a
정도로
deep
이게
fake 2 years
사실인지
ago. But people still
AI가
fell for it.
만들어낸
But these
영상인지
days,
구분할 수가
it is
없어요.
very difficult
그리고
to tell the difference
그
between
구글 같은
real video
경우에도
and deep
그
fake video.
최근에 그 제미나이 3 나와가지고 굉장히 좀 이슈가
Google
되고
just
있는데
released
그
Gemini
안에 뭐
3,
나노 바나나라든가
and
들어가가지고
inside there is
여러분들이
nano
한국어로
banana,
프롬프트만 넣고
and you
간단하게
can just
생성을
prompt
해도 사건
anything,
사고 사진을
and then you can just
굉장히 쉽게
get
만들어낼 수
any
있습니다.
kind of
홍콩에서
pictures.
아파트에서 불이 나는
And
장면인데 뭔가 내가
Recently, there
원하는
was a huge
방향으로
fire in Hong
바꿔줘라고
Kong
하면
apartment,
이제 그
and you
사진이
can
금방
also
나오는데
manipulate that
이
photo.
사진을 도저히 알아낼 수가 없습니다.
And it is
물론 각
impossible
회사별로 뭐 구글도 그렇고
to
뭐 오픈 AI도
see
그렇고 이
whether it's
조작된
true
허위
or not,
조작
whether
영상을
this is a
가려낼 수
fact or
있는
not.
그 자사의 기술을 개발하고 있다고는 하는데
Google said they
제가 해본
are
바로는
developing
잘
technology to distinguish
허위라는
real
것을
photo and
드러낼 수 있는
manipulated photo.
공유되는 기술이 없습니다.
But there is
구글이
no
만들어낸
technology that are
사진은
being
오픈 AI가 구분할 수가
to
없고
other
메타
platforms
쪽
because
기술로
Google's
만들어낸
technology
거는
cannot
구글
be
쪽에서
shared to
돌려보면
OpenAI, and
진짜라고
Meta's
나오고
technology
이런
cannot
수준인
be
겁니다.
distinguished from
그래서
other.
이제 저 같은
platforms.
경우는 그런 영상과 사진에서 이 허위
So as for
조작을
me,
도대체 어떻게 걸러내야 될 것인가? 유튜브에
It's really a
나오는
huge concern because I don't know how I
가짜
can
일사들.
distinguish
이동국이
false
키
and true.
성장제를 광고하고 있는데 이
And
이동국 씨는 진짜인 것인가?
A sports player, a soccer player
이것들을 이제
is
영상을 보니 이제
on an
저부터
advertisement,
굉장히 이제 의심이 많아졌다.
and
그래서 이제
I don't know
팩트체크의
if this
흐름이
is real.
과거에는 그런 텍스트에서 최근에는 좀
And
영상으로 좀 많이
We used to
좀
focus
관심이
on
가고
fact
또
checking
보도에
with
좀
text, but
힘을
now
기울이고 있는 추세다.
we
그런
are
점을
concentrating
일단
our energy to see to do the fact checking on photos.
예, 감사합니다. 죄송합니다. 제가 박수영 기자님
Thank you. Let me just. Sorry for changing your last name from Park to Kim. Well, you are a Crown broadcaster and reporter, and regarding the fact check, you have realized the trends in fact check, and there has been ongoing concerns regarding the video clip, and it's very difficult to determine whether it's a real or fake video clip. And last but not least, let me invite is Kim, a teacher who is working in the school. So the floor is yours. Thank you. Well, first of all, as a researcher, what kind of experience that children can get from the media and how to carry out media literacy education on the education field. So I have worked on many research projects. And I think the reason why I was invited because in addition to many distinguished presenters and panelists mentioned, the countermeasure regarding the disinformation, public policy, fact-checking framework. I think you mentioned many things, but the last connection will be education. So I think it is very opportunity for us to talk about what can we do regarding the education and what actually the education is done in the field. That's why I was invited here. So regarding the countermeasure of the disinformation, as a teacher and as a media education research student, let me share you some of the cases of the education in the school. So I think due to the time constraints, let me just share my perspective. Regarding education and countermeasure, and when we think about education or class on the countering disinformation, most of the commonly mentioned activity is fact-checking activity, and there has been many official documents regarding fact-check, and there have been many conferences or contests. But regarding this fact-check, personally, I have some doubts or questions because I know that fact-check really matters to determine whether information is false or true, to enhance our critical thinking capabilities. But when we say fact-check, it's more of identifying whether the information is true or false and how to verify the truth or falsehood of the information by using different kinds of tools. But in my perspective, and as you all will aware, media is more of a tool to just deliver a truth, but it also contains different ideologies, different states, and different the interests. So the fact-check-oriented media literacy education, and if we pursue this section, we can just reduce the role of media as that transferring the just truth or fact. So based on my perspective, of course, fact-checking is important, but in the education field, beyond the fact-checking, students should be able to read out the discourse in the text and interpret the hidden message or a hidden intention of the text and to identify the different interests within the context. So that's the type of education that I wanted to pursue, though I designed many critical literacy class. So regarding the class, I think there are a lot of things to share with you, but one of the cases, if the time allows, then let me share one concrete example. So I conducted many discourse analysis classes before, and recently there was an AI digital textbook was quite controversial, and I let the students to express their thoughts regarding after reading this issue. Do you know the AI digital textbook was quite controversial, and because AI digital textbook was branded as a future type classroom and customized textbook, but there arose many controversy, and this has been adjusted. So I chose this AITT as one of the themes for the discourses because the students are the subject of the education policy. But if the students are asked that you will use the AI digital textbook, then students answer that they do not know what that digital text is about. And they are the very subject and actors of the digital textbook. So I help the students to take the more ownership regarding the user of the digital textbook. And regarding the AIDT, I did many activities, and let me just share a couple of the activities. So students chose the news and analyze. So as a facilitator, I pose some questions to students, just as I mentioned, in order to realize the critical literacy. I ask many questions to students, and some of the question is like, when analyzing this news, what kind of voices are reflected in the news, and what would be the voices of the stakeholders are reflected, and what are the admitted and omitted, and what kind of statistics or figures are used to disguise the users, and what will be the expected outcome from the viewers or audience. So these are the couple of lists that I asked the questions, and we had a discussion. And let me just briefly introduce the comment from the students. The common answer was that, well, the AI digital textbook is policy for us, but the news also covered the platform, publication company, teacher group, and parents group, platform group, but no voice on students' thought. We cannot find any articles regarding the voices of the students. And in the process, the students realized that it was a quite meaningful reflection. And one student answered that when reading this article, I found this article on AIDT, but it was the article regarding the interview with the lawmakers, which says that, as he expresses, it's like an article to defame politically the other party. So he was able to find the hidden message of the article. So based on this result of the activities, I think the critical literacy enhancing is provided to the students, and students will be able to analyze and reason and imply the hidden messages that are quite related to them. Maybe we have underestimated the capability of them. And as a teacher, I think there are some limitations in carrying out those kind of class because due to the political neutrality that we have to pursue. And it is very difficult to take the media education due to the limited time of classes. So I think it will be difficult for all teachers to do this kind of digital literacy class. So I kindly ask for all the kind support and interest in this. Thank you very much. Thank you. Well, my students, like some university students, I always wonder that why my students were quite bored listening to my classes, because I now got that they already got the classes from the elementary school. But I think I have some more time allocated. So actually today, starting from the session 1, we all agree that the ongoing disinformation and the importance of the disinformation is well recognized, and country specific countermeasures are out there to respond to these issues. And SNU Fact Check Center in Korea tried to check the facts, but I think you are all at the different circumstances and different Korean background, and maybe could you share with us your take regarding the concerted efforts, maybe from the public sector or from the private sector? What would be the Korea customized solutions to this issue? Maybe I need to give you some couple of time to think about this. And when we hold this kind of seminar by professors, we have abundant time to discuss with by professors, because we earn money by talking. But thankfully, I have some left time. So maybe I will just give you 3 or 4 minutes to each of the panelists and provide answers from this.
Even though we have more time, we cannot bring up a solution yet, because we need to have a social acknowledgement. And it was very interesting to listen to other panelists, and I would like to touch upon some of those agendas. And there were one of the very good solution, and from X, they have their self-regulation. policy. And I know that there are many digital platforms with their self-regulation. However, users do not know about that because they don't have enough access to those information. And there's also user report system. You are all users of digital platform, but if you think about how we report some of the complaints that we experience, it is very difficult, and it is difficult to get a feedback from those complaints. And we need to have a faster process for the feedback. And another thing is, even though we are making good choices, we don't know how much had been progressed. So why don't we make a standardized guideline so that we can comply with it? Australia mentioned code, and EU also mentioned code. So why don't we make a universal code and then have a consensus to comply with it? And after we comply with it, then we can legalize it. That's one of my ideas. And also, Teacher Lee, your comment was very valuable because when we do a regulation for information integrity, we have to have regulation not for contents but for information. And we need to have a transparent system for AI information. And we also need to give information that are valid and accurate to people. So also we also need to have digital literacy education to adults too. So that's why, because we are living in a different era from the past, so we have to learn constantly. It is not about giving up our freedom of speech. It is about having a transparent context, and we have to know how we can utilize information that we have obtained in a transparent system that can be helpful to us.
Well, thank you. All operators, including X, are actively responding to and correcting this information. And you just mentioned that maybe we have to simplify the reporting procedure for users to report any kind of misinformation and also get the result to build a more reliable platform. And in line with this, and also the teacher also said that as Miss Kim is the elementary school's teacher, maybe you can give a literacy in university, and maybe you can go to Australia to give a media literacy education abroad. And maybe I kindly ask for you to engage in further outreach activities. And the floor is yours now to Kelly Kim. Well, as the Dr. Joe mentioned, well, the operators need to work on, of course. And what I mentioned earlier is that I don't mean that the government should not regulate any kind of operator, but when the government wants to impose on regulation, then there needs to be backed by the clear information and clear definition of this information. Because from the perspective of operators do not want to be granted with the responsibility of determining the falsehood. When the X was Twitter, we suspended the account of the President Trump, and then President Trump was elected. His account was restored, but during the process, the act is quite very controversial regarding the political fake news, and it is very difficult for us to tell what is true and what is false. And I just mentioned the China, just like a Tiananmen Square and the May Democratic Movement. Back then, it was just fake news. So it's very difficult for us to distinguish the truth and falsehood information. And I think I think citizens or the government should not expect that the operators can bear the burden or responsibility of the responding and identifying this information. It doesn't mean that we do not do nothing. Well, but the deletion and blocking of the misinformation or disinformation is not enough. As teacher Kim Se-jin mentioned, I think providing the context will matter more, so that the users or who are using or receiving the information can have the ability to determine the information is wrong and false rather than deleting and blocking the information. Or maybe operators can provide more context so that the information receiver can determine the falsehood or truth of the information. So since 2021, when we were Twitter, we launched the community watchdog. Community note can be involved with the contributors, that all the contributors can leave a note in the community note. So for instance, when there is a deepfake video clip is loaded, then the other users can leave a comment that this is a deepfake manipulated video clip. So the contributor can leave a note. So this is rather deleting and blocking the information or just giving the context that the users can determine the truth or falsehood. And the X does not intervene in the process, and contributors are using the collective intelligence. So the users of the X is subscribed as a contributor. The contributor can leave the note, and notes can be ranked. And this kind of procedure is done in a very democratic way. So when there is a note, then the contributor evaluates notes, whether notes are useful or not. And after having a certain amount of score, then the notes is publicly open. It's instead of they can get a score from 1 to 5, but just higher score doesn't mean that the notes will be rebuilt, and maybe also political preferences also considered from the left to the right. So all these different variables are considered regarding evaluating the notes, and by leaving these community notes, we reflect the diversity of the comments. And unless those notes violate our operation policy and unless the notes contain illegal information, X does not engage in operation of the notes. So this is one of the experiments that we do to counter disinformation, and this has been active in 3 years. So in 197 countries, and about 1 million contributors are actively working. And many research have results that this tool has been recognized as one of the most effective fact-checking tools. So, for instance, like posts with the notes added on, the more likely to be deleted. And from the ordinary users, they trust rather than just legacy media or the algorithm oriented fact check. The ordinary users trust higher the evaluation or the notes of the contributors. The peer-to-peer evaluation was really important. So if the post is added with the notes, then the more likely that the original user who posted the comment deletes their post. And there are many influencers out there, and they are making their posts. And if those posts are deleted, then influencers rejected them or do not like that. And 60% of the false and 40% of the truth is true. Then if those posts are deleted, then it's true that a partial of the freedom of expression is infringed. But if their post is added with the notes that the post containing some disinformation, that the original user who posted the post will delete the post. So I think this community notes works as a effective new type of fact-checking method compared to the traditional ones. So we can say this as a crowd fact-checking tools using collective intelligence. In an internet, it turns out to be very effective. And you mentioned the Meta. The third-party independent fact-checking authority used to check the fact, but TikTok and Meta just introduced the internal way of community note, just like a YouTube. So we, like platform operators, are using the community notes based on the collective intelligence. Thank you very much.
I mean, it's nice that we are having second round because you still have a lot of things to say. So she agrees that we should have a public actions, but at the same time, the U.S. platform like X, they are putting alternative, which is a collective action with collective knowledge, and maybe actions from a community and action from people can be more sound and healthy. And let's move on to Mr. Park.
방금 저 엑스에서 이제 사업자 입장에서의 가짜 정보를 가려내기
And you said it is difficult to find
저 허위 조작 정보라는 건
false information as the perspective of a business. And if you want to prove a certain article or a certain content is fake, it will take so much time because there is no such thing like it's 100% lie. There is no content which is 100% false. It is always a manipulated content from the truth. So it is always mixed content of false and true, false and fact. So I understand what you're trying to say. And also, you mentioned public effort. There used to be a fact checker center in Seoul National University, and from the journalist perspective, in the fact check center, they used to have interns, college student interns. So they used to allocated 2 university students for each companies, but that do not exist anymore. And currently, we don't have anything that we can call public effort. Fact check is also a product, so they don't share it to each other. Even though there was general election or presidential election, there were some discussions about cooperation and sharing information, but we journalists, for us, information is our weapon, so that hardly ever happens. And I know that there were some cases in the United States, but there were none in Korea. And I think we should cooperate and we should share information. And there are many research institutions and businesses. If we can cooperate between these sectors, I think that can be possible. And you said cooperation between independent agencies will be smoother. Well, SNU fact-checking center, well, it could have been difficult, but I think there were some impact. And as the person who is studying media literacy and as a school teacher, I would like to ask you a question. Do you also feel the same?
Yes, as the other panelists introduced the operators' efforts on countering disinformation, and such efforts shine through so that users are now able to determine the truthness of the disinformation. That's my personal thoughts. And let me also add one more thing. But having said that, of course, the operator situation is quite understandable, but as I'm an educator, when I think of the students and the users, and maybe the responsibility is now handed over to users. That's my personal concerns. Of course, operators went through an internal discussion to adopt such policies, and it is quite understandable. It's a very good and effective policy. So I hope to see the more promotion of those policies that the students can use effectively those kind of policy as well. And one more thing to add is that the SA News fact check you just mentioned, and we also listened to the SA News fact check in the presentation. And I really well used the site of the SA News fact check, but unfortunately the SA News fact check center no longer operates. And in the process, fact-checking and countermeasure against disinformation, so digital citizenship and digital literacies are intertwined. And I hope that this kind of concepts should not be politicized. And it was quite unfortunate and concerns. So as a teacher, I wanted to fully tap into those resources from the data, but suddenly the information disappears or due to some political reasons, it was difficult for me to use that. So this concept of the digital citizenship has some significance, and the significance of the digital citizenship might also have a political connotation. So in this regard, media literacy, of course, is closely related to the politics, but I hope that this digital literacy will be more focused on education. That's one of my personal thoughts. Thank you very much. I think you raised a very important issue. So what we discuss is quite related to the politics, but it should be, and they should be independent from political issues. So you raised a quite important issue. So we have about 15 minutes left, and if any questions are there from the floor, I would like to open the floor for the question. If you have any question, please raise your hand. And if you want to give a question to a specific panelist, and please identify the panelists.
Do you need more time to think about what to ask? Hello. Thank you so much for a wonderful conference. This information itself is always approached from the regulation and freedom of speech. So from that perspective, I mean, what is your opinion? And this applies to all four panels. Can you please repeat your question? Some people say that we should regulate this information, and some say that we need to respect freedom of speech. And these two ideas always conflicts. And which do you think is prior? You really have to think about the concept of a freedom, because in order to have a freedom, you have to take responsibilities. But online, there are some activities that are harming other people, and they call that freedom of speech, and they say, and that is not a freedom. And I think we are all aware of that, but still, they really like to start fight with other people, and there are some people who are refusing to start a fight, so they just do not say anything and they just keep silent. We have kept saying we have to see the content. I mean context. Right or wrong is about our mindset, but fact and false, I mean, I'm a little confused. Freedom of speech is acknowledging other people's different concept and an idea, but by harming other people and enjoying that freedom of speech is an issue. So I don't know legally. I mean, if we think this is illegal, then law will play its role. But before that, we need to refine ourselves. And I think this is the right point that we need to intervene, because we have a freedom to say no to the idea that we don't like, we don't accept. And it is society and the government's role to nurture us to make the right judgment. And distribution of information and AI service that is generating information and making social system is done by the government, and we should all do this together. From a little different perspective, I would like to talk about hate speech. I mean, she mentioned hate speech and freedom of speech.
Well, first of all, I think regarding the disinformation, and which used to be described as fake news. So disinformation, misinformation is the topic of the discussion today. And so regulating the freedom of expression is, as Dr. Joe mentioned, of course, freedom of expression might not be limited because it is a fundamental right, but it is difficult to determine in what context it can be violated. But I think the clearly illegal information, such as a sexual exploitation, is illegal, and operators block and delete those information, and the disseminator of those information is under punishment. But the disinformation and manipulated information that we are talking today are not clearly identified and regulated by all countries out there, because, as you mentioned, it is quite difficult to identify whether this information should be the subject of the regulation. And maybe the impersonation, the fake video clip using celebrities' image are illegal, and they are regulated. But those very blurry disinformation on the marginal lines are a very tricky one to solve. And in that case, deleting and blocking that disinformation will not be a silver bullet for me. That's what I'm talking today. So that maybe it's more like enhancing literacy of users. Enhancing the digital and media literacy might be done through the providing of the context. And we also put some label on information. For instance, with information which is clearly made by the deepfake, we put a label that this is a manipulated image. And in that case, and this kind of information is blocked, and those posts with the label, then the user delete the post by themselves. So just deletion and blocking is not enough, or rather giving a abundant context for the users to determine the truthfulness of the information might be effective. And regulation on the expression freedom, it should be or should not be regulated. It's just a bipolarized approach. That's what I wanted to share with you today.
Thank you very much. Mr. Park?
그 어떤 정보를 이 허위 조작일 것 같아서 사전에 규제한다 이건 검열이 저 같은 경우는
This, if we regulate an information because we may think that it is a false information, that is censoring. But
온라인에 떠도는 모든 정보를
we cannot fact check all the information online.
팩트가 아니라고 알려줘도 제
And
느낌에는 사람들은 팩트에 별 관심이 없는 것 같다.
sometimes I feel like people are not interested finding the fact because sometimes I tell people that that is a fact, but they don't want to believe it. And there are some false images that is circulating as a fact news.
고민을 하면서
So that was my concern, and I tried to find items regarding that.
어떤 이제 사람이 순댓국에 돼지고기 잡내를 없앤다고 소주를 부어서
And let's say one person tried to find out the recipe for the pork soup, and they wanted to get rid of the pork smell, so that's why they had poured liquor inside. And it turns out that that person was caught as DUI driver, and that was
조작정보는 아니잖아요.
not a manipulated information, but that was just a simple disinformation.
혈중 알코올 농도를 바로 측정을 못하고 나중에 이제 식당 CCTV를 뒤져서
Police authority was not able to
식이라는 게 있는데
monitor the alcohol level,
돼지고기 잡내 없앤
but
순댓국에다가 소주 부어서 먹었다. 소주가 이제 알코올이 기와점이 좀 낮잖아요.
liquor has a low
알코올 다 증발했을 거야, 기화했을 거야. 그래서
temperature or evaporation. So
그래서 문제가 나온
the judiciary system did not cause the problem because they think liquor do not evaporate, and
판사님들이 또 알아야 되고 또
judges should know about these issues. And also, people who enjoy pork soup need to know about this fact, and these can be related to people's life. This is information for people's life, and this can be a wrongful information, and we should filter out this wrongful information.
예, 감사합니다.
Thank you for your comment and teacher. Well, as the other panelists mentioned, I think there is no single answer to this, but when we do the discussion class, we are often take those kind of topics for discussion, whether the freedom of expression should be regulated or not. When we do the discussion, it's open-ended discussion, so we hear a lot of opinions from the students, and they say something that should not make any harm or damage to that. And if the damage occur, then those who make the damage should be under punishment. So there is no right answer, but as I hope that individuals should take the ownership and in using the information. And I talk with my students, and as other panelists just mentioned, so maybe some provocative and stimulating video clips are uploaded, and algorithm lead us to other also provocative and stimulating video clips, creating this information. Then what we can do? Then as I discussed with my students, maybe we should disrupt the algorithm. So we should delete the search history, and also we should watch more video clips on the other side. This was one of the comments that were made by students. So from the educator's perspective, so maybe we have to enhance the literacy for the students so that they can take their own actions. So maybe it can contribute to reaching the social consensus. Thank you very much. I think time's almost up. So let me end this round table. There was a case that the politician and a YouTuber said that a politician is related with a religion, but it's turned out to be not guilty. And the court's sentence clearly stated that we need to take a look into the context of the comment. I think this is a very important, serious issue in society, and it will become more important in the future. We all know that. So regarding this, I think the government, civil society, and the educators, and the overseas institutions and overseas counterparts should work together to reach a social consensus. And I think today's conference is one of the cornerstone of reaching the social consensus. Last but not least, let me extend my gratitude to the Korea Media and Communications Commission and Korea Community Media Foundation. And let me wrap up today's roundtable. Thank you very much. We talked about very complex issue, but he moderated the session in a very elusive way. So let us thank the all moderator and panelists for the roundtable. Thank you very much. So through the roundtable, platform, media, and research institute and education, and how do they collaborate in a realistic and hopeful ways? And it was a very kind, meaningful time for us to seek a collaborative area. When we gather various opinions, that we will build a more trustworthy and safe ecosystem. So once again, let me thank all the participants who are joined here by online and offline. This wraps up the 2025 International Conference on Countering Disinformation. So throughout the day, we have listened to the latest trends in responses to the disinformation, accountability of platform, and the roles of the fact check and media literacy. And thanks to the in-depth discussion, we shared a lot. This is the first of its kind in the international conference, and I hope that your input and contribution will be a valuable input to preparing the next year's conference. So please scan the QR code on the back of your nameplate and do not forget to fill out the survey. And then the organizers will be able to prepare the more successful conference next year. Thank you once again for your presence. Let me wrap up the conference. Thank you. Thank you very much, and safe journey back to your home.
저희 잠시 안내드리겠습니다. 네임택과 그리고 통역 수신기 안내 데스크에 반납해 주시면 진심으로 감사드리겠습니다. 혹여 깜빡 잊고 그냥 주머니에 넣고 가시는 분들 계셔서 통역기 꼭 반납 부탁드리겠습니다. 고맙습니다.